make sure that your seatbelts are fastened. I'd like to make sure that your seatbelts are fastened. I'd like to make sure that your seatbelts are fastened. I'd like to make sure that your seatbelts are fastened. I'd like to make sure that your seatbelts are fastened.
Good afternoon po. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome po sa ating DSWD-wide briefing for the certification audit. So, time check po, it's 12:54 p.m. We will start at exactly 1 p.m. po. So, sa ating mga kasamahan na wala pa dito sa ating Zoom link, kindly tell them po no na mag-log in na po sila so that we can start on time po, no? So, maraming salamat po and sit back and relax po. Thank you.
Attention, we'd like to make sure that your seatbelts are fastened. Attention, we'd like to make sure that your seatbelts are fastened. Attention, we'd like to make sure that your seatbelts are fastened.
Good afternoon po ulit sa ating lahat. Welcome po sa ating DSWD-wide briefing for the certification audit. So before we start, may we remind everyone to change your Zoom names po using the format that you can see on your screen. So for example, from our office, CO Owasa, andyan po si Benjan Rasbi Natividad. And then from FO, FO1, Arda Annie Ferrer. So please use your the said format po for easier identification later on when we have our open forum. Also, nasa ating chat box po yung ating Zoom virtual background and the attendance sheet po. So you may answer the attendance sheet po through the link provided in our chat box or dito po sa QR code that you can see on your screen. So right now on my screen, I can see nasa 260 na po tayo dito sa ating meeting room. So sa ating mga kasamahan na wala pa, please tell them po to log in na. But we will start na po our activity for today. So welcome po ulit sa ating briefing for the certification audit. Before we start, let's have our opening prayer po.
Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to meet together. Please help us to come together to make this institution reflect your kingdom. Breathe life into our ideas and decisions. Help us build a team that has love and respect at its heart. Give us the strength to continue working for your kingdom in this time of pandemic. Lord, come give us the inspiration to be the best we can be. May we be a shining example of your goodness and truth within, wherever we are. Inspire our thoughts, discussions, and ideas, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth for the greater glory of you. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Next po, we will be reciting our quality policy and we ask everyone na sabayan po ang ating quality policy while we play this video.
Touching lives, empowering people, uniting communities. Indeed, the Department of Social Welfare and Development has been true in carrying out its golden commitment to the nation. That is, providing the poor, vulnerable, and disadvantaged people with maagap at mapagkalingang serbisyo amid all challenges, anytime and anywhere. Hence, to strengthen and foster this commitment and dedication, the department is proudly committed to D. Deliver, coordinate, and monitor social protection programs and services to the poor, vulnerable, and disadvantaged population towards a fair, just, and peaceful society. S. Sustain a culture of excellence through continual improvement of systems, mechanisms, and procedures in the delivery of programs and services. W. Work with integrity and adhere to ethical standards for customer satisfaction and quality service by complying with the DSWD mandates and other pertinent laws. And D. Demonstrate genuine concern for the poor, prompt compassionate service, and free from any form of corruption. With this commitment, the department will continue to reach more people, conquer greater heights, and carve a remarkable name in the field of public service in the country and around the world. DSWD, maagap at mapagkalingang serbisyo.
Okay. Good afternoon po ulit sa ating lahat. So, it's a happy Monday to everyone and a start of another week. So, I hope we all had our lunch and I hope na masarap ang ating lunch for today. No? So, let's start po with the introduction of our participants. Of course, let us all welcome. Here with us po is our Secretary, Secretary Rolando Joselito D. Bautista. Good afternoon, sir. Next po, we have from our DSWD National Total Quality Management Steering Committee, we have Yusek Luz Viminda Ilagan, Yusek Rene Glenn Opahe, Yusek Danilo Pamonag. Hello po. Good afternoon po to our DNTSC and to our undersecretaries. Next po, from our QMP PMT, of course, we are joined by our DSWD QMR and lead of the QMP PMT, Asek Rod Santos. Good afternoon, sir. And good afternoon also to our members, Attorney Karina Agudo, Ms. Monet Kadyang, and to all the other members of the QMP PMT. So most of them, we know that they are also they also have their commitments, no, but they will be joining us later po. And also from the CO OBS, we have Director Budeng. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon also to our regional directors. We have RD Grace Subong, RD Marie Angela Gopalan, RD June Castillo, RD Resti Makuto, and RD Anneli Ferrer. Good afternoon po, ma'am and sir. And of course, we are joined by our ISO committees, Engineer Alfredo Evangelista, Ms. Presido Cuyanan, our ODC, Ms. Mirna Reyes, and Ms. Chilova Baraka, our CART committee, nandyan po sila Ms. Olive and Mr. El Bonito Vista, and our IQA committee. So good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Of course, welcome to everyone who are from the central office. Sige, unahin po natin ang mga taga-OSSEC group, Office of the Secretary groups. Kindly say hi naman sa chat box para maramdaman namin ang inyong presence. Good afternoon daw po from the OSSEC group. So, Ms. Marjorie Inigo. Good afternoon po sa lahat ng mga taga-OSSEC group, Ma'am Esmeralda Duque, and to everyone. From the GASG, of course, hello sa mga taga-GASG. Say hi naman po sa ating chat box. Yan. Hi, Sir Glenn. Good afternoon. Good afternoon po sa ating lahat. So from the Standards and Capacity Building Group, hello, good afternoon po. Ayan. Yan. Maraming na ako nakikitang nagchat-chat, no? So buhay na buhay tayo this afternoon. And also from the Policy and Plans Group, hello, good afternoon. From the Operations Group, good afternoon po. And lastly, from the Disaster Response and Management Group, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. From our regions, can we have magandang tanghali naman on your dialect? Maayong hapon from Region 7. And from FO12, good afternoon po, Director Resti, buenos dias. So magandang hapon daw po. And that's all for the introduction of participants po. So for our program flow for today, of course, we started with our prayer and quality policy and the introduction of participants. And then we are very lucky today po, no, for our secretary to grace our activity and deliver his opening remarks po. And then after that, he will be followed by Mr. Henry Palaka. Hello, Sir Henry. Nakalimutan kitang banggitin kanina. Sir Henry is our consultant po from Quality Plus Management Consulting Company. So sila po ang magbibigay ng ating tips and guidelines on the conduct of audit. And then, of course, we will have our photo documentation. And then our ISO committees po will present yung kanilang updates and reminders on sa kanilang mga counterparts on the conduct of the audit. And then our field offices 1 and FO Caraga po will share yung kanilang experiences naman dun sa kanilang external certification audit. And then we will have an open forum later on. So sa mga questions po, kindly use our chat box, no? But please post your questions on the chat box. Andyan po ang ating tech support team to take note of your questions. And then later on, we will be discussing those questions po during the open forum. And lastly po, our DSWD QMR and lead of the QMT PMT ASEC Rod Santos will deliver naman his closing remarks. Next slide po. So to officially open this activity today, let us all welcome our secretary and the chairperson of the DSWD National Total Quality Management Steering Committee, Secretary Rolando Joselito D. Bautista. Good afternoon, sir.
To the members of the DSWD National Total Quality Management Steering Committee, the project management team for quality management program, our hardworking regional directors, assistant regional directors, heads of the different offices, bureaus, and services, and their ISO quality management teams or QMTs, and to the DSWD ISO consultant, Mr. Henry Palaka from the Quality Plus Management Consulting Company. To everyone present here in this forum, a pleasant afternoon. Last September 17, 2021, the DSWD concluded one of its major milestones in the establishment and institutionalization of its Quality Management System, or QMS. The mock audit is one of the most important activities in the QMS implementation, as it was aimed to prepare the department for the targeted certification audit. During the conduct of the activity, our ISO consultants have given us first-hand experience of how the actual certification is conducted. This helped prepare all of us as we gear towards our certification to the international standards of QMS. Today, we are again tasked to prepare for the upcoming Stage 1 and 2 certification audit, which will be conducted by the certifying body. This time around, I strongly believe the DSWD, to the continuous support of our National Total Quality Management Steering Committee, QMP, PMT, and QMT members from the central and field offices, is ready to prove to our external editors that indeed we are exemplars of providing quality and relevant social services to the Filipino people. To this end, I would like to extend my appreciation regarding the efforts and steadfast commitment of all DSWD personnel, especially those who will undergo their respective audits in the following weeks. I am confident that through your support and active involvement in this activity, the department will soon be conferred with our ISO 9001-2015 certification. As we go through the remaining activities of the department towards the completion of our ISO journey, we at the top management expects everyone's full cooperation and engagement so we can continuously improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our services for the benefit of our kababayans. With this, I express my deepest regard and appreciation to all of you for your hard work, dedication, and steadfast commitment to this project. While it may seem very challenging given our current situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, we at the management believe that as a family, the entire DSWD will work as one to achieve our collective aspirations. I would also like to encourage each and everyone to reflect on our ISO journey's mantra, isang DSWD, ISO'ng biyahe, to show our unity and devotion as a national government agency in leading the formulation, implementation, and coordination of social welfare and development policies and programs for and with the poor, vulnerable, and disadvantaged. Bilang pagtatapos, gusto kong mag-iwan ng mensahe para sa mga kawani ng DSWD na tinatawag nating Angels in Red Vest, na ipagpatuloy natin ang ating biyahe tungo sa mahusay, maagap, at mapagkalingang serbisyong walang puwang sa katiwalian para sa mamamayang Pilipino. Kapit na at sama-sama tayo sa biyaheng ISO ng DSWD. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you so much, Secretary Rolly Bautista. Let's give a round of applause to our Secretary po for that wonderful opening message and inspirational message po. No? So as we go along this journey. Ayan. Thank you, sir. Thank you po. Let's proceed with our activity for today. So with that po, may I call on our consultant, Mr. Henry O. Palaka, to give us tips and guidelines on the conduct of external audit. Hi, Sir Henry. Magandang hapon. Sir, naka-mute ka po ata. Sir Henry, naka-mute ka po.
Hello.
Ayan. Hello,
Ayan.
sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sige, hindi kasi ako allowed to open the mic kanina, no? Anyway, I would like to thank everyone for joining our Zoom meeting. And this is basically one of the last activities prior to the final day, no? Which is our certification day. I would like to thank Secretary Bautista for fully supporting this program, because we all believe that ISO is not just a piece of paper posted on the wall of DSWD, but it's really all about improving the efficiency and effectiveness, no, of our different processes across different divisions or different bureaus of DSWD. So my task this afternoon is to give you some tips, some reminders as to how you prepare yourself for this upcoming stage 1 and stage 2 audit by the certifying body. But of course, not only to prepare, but during that day when you will be audited, how do you behave? No? Siyempre, kailangan behave tayo lahat. No? So let me now share the PowerPoint presentation that we prepared for today. The time allotted for my session is 120 minutes, but I don't think I would be able to maximize or reach up to 120 minutes. So maybe 30 to 45 minutes will be enough for the briefing, for the discussion of some tips and reminders, so that we'll have longer time for our question and answer. I hope that would be okay with you. Para at least mas mahaba-habang time, no, for your participation. I know you have a lot of questions in mind, but please reserve that when I am done my presentation. Sorry. Let me first share. Naka-disable yung screen sharing ko. Please allow me to share my PowerPoint.
Can you try po ulit, Sir Henry?
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Ayan.
Okay, so I have prepared only around 18 slides, no, including this first slide. So let me just start off with explaining to you what is a certification process. Take note that ISO as an organization is basically publishing or establishing different standards, no, that will be adopted not only to few countries, but basically these ISO standards are intended to be used by countries that are primarily members of ISO. And we all know that right now there are more than 180 countries all over the world that are members of ISO. And of course, we all know that Philippines is a pioneering member of ISO. So isa tayo sa mga talagang unang-una nag-support, no? And of course, we all know that ISO as an organization has published different standards. And of course, one of the most popular standards that they have published is the ISO 9001, in which DSWD is currently implementing and is ready for the certification. So we all know that ISO 9000 is a standard on quality management system. If we want our organization to be to have a good system in which the system is geared towards satisfying both internal and external customers, so they have to embrace ISO 9001 standard. So ISO as organization does not really certify. No? So the role of ISO as organization is just to publish and establish different standards. So here's another group, and we call them as the certifying bodies, that are the ones that audit a particular organization in an independent manner. And once that organization passes through the audit, then that certifying body will grant the certification. So, kumbaga, hindi na role ng ISO ang mag-certify. No? It's already outside of the scope of the ISO. Now, let me now define the word certification. So, it is actually the process, no, of reviewing the adequacy and effectiveness of the organization's management system. Okay, as performed by a third-party organization known as the certifying body. Okay, so two things ang tinitingnan ng ating certifying body. They are the ones that will check our system. They will look into the adequacy and the effectiveness. When we say adequacy, it's all about if all the requirements of ISO standard are addressed by the organization. So we all know, no, we had you already underwent different or training workshops before on ISO 9001. So siguro alam na natin, no, from cover to cover yung requirements from clause 4 of ISO, from the first requirement known as the context of the organization up to the last requirement or clause of ISO, which is the continuous improvement or improvement. So from cover to cover, alam na natin. And the role of the auditor, the certifying body, is to check if all of these requirements, no, are addressed. Kasi we all know that if some of the requirements are not addressed by the organization, the concern would be that the PDCA framework, the Plan, Do, Check, Act that we are implementing in the organization will not really be effectively implemented. We all know the power of PDCA. No? Alam natin na itong PDCA for DSWD to really, to really grow and flourish, then we have to adapt. We have to embrace the philosophy or the culture of the PDCA. So kaya yung mga requirements na yon arranged through the PDCA framework are very important so that the PDCA framework or yung tinatawag nating PDCA will continually circulate or continue to rotate, no? So that's the adequacy thing, no? At to check nila enough ba or na-address ba yung requirements. But more than adequacy, the audit, the certification process is also to review the effectiveness of your management system. When we say effectiveness, we always go back to ano ba ang mandate ng DSWD? Ano ba ang goals ng DSWD? Ano ba yung mga objectives ng DSWD? From the agency-wide down to the processes. So we all know that all of you own your different processes. So you will also be assessed in terms of effectiveness, individual effectiveness, if you were able to achieve your targets, your objectives, your goals. Kaya in-incorporate natin sa ISO natin yung ating mga UPCR or OPCR, IPCR, because these are measurements of our effectiveness in our processes. So titingnan lahat yon, no? Titingnan yon ng ating certifying body. So adequacy and effectiveness of our QMS. So now take note that the audit that this certifying body will be conducting is limited only to the scope that we have defined. Okay, so you know, in DSWD, prior to this journey, no, we have some offices or areas that are already certified. No, we have 2 field offices, no, that have been certified to ISO, and of course the GASG and ano pa yung isa, no, we have 4 sites that already have certified. But this time in our journey, we already decided that all, no, the whole agency will go through the process of certification. So since that's already our scope, therefore, let's expect that all the processes covered in the scope of our QMS will be audited this coming certification. Now, ang tanong ngayon, sino ba yung mga certifying body na yon? Who are they? So actually in the Philippines, we have certifying bodies that are, of course, no, that are linked to international organizations, but they have offices here in the Philippines. So I don't know kung sino ang napili nating certifying body, no? Pero usually ito yung mga nag-exist sa Pilipinas na mga certifying bodies like DSI, DBQI, CI, DQS, SGS, Socotec, TUV Nord, TUV Rhineland, TUV Sud, at marami pang iba. Okay, so sila, mamili lang tayo. Of course, nasa process na tayo sa back, no, na finalizing who will be your partner in this journey. Remember that the certifying body is your partner, no? Partner to continuously improve. Kasi pag lousy yung ating certifying body, lousy din yung ating QMS, no? If we have a good certifying body, then we will have a good system. Then therefore, yung ating mithiin that ating mga kababayan, the Filipino citizens will be happy with our services if we have also selected the right certifying body. So again, no, for sure you have your criteria for the selection. So I just hope that you made the right choice. Okay. So now, what will happen after the certification process? You know, you will go to stage 1 and stage 2 audit. After the stage 2 audit, what will happen? Of course, dalawa lang yung pwedeng mangyari sa DSWD, no? Either you pass or you fail. Ganun lang, parang exam lang, parang board exam. Either you pass or you fail. So now, if you pass, then you are given the ISO certification. You are given the certificate, no? So it's actually a seal of approval from your certifying body that you have satisfactorily implemented your quality management system based on the requirements of ISO 9001. But if, let's say, if unfortunately you don't make it in the stage 1 and stage 2 audit, then of course there will always be a second chance. But of course, no, we could not afford to do that, no. Gusto natin first try pa lang ipasado na, no? Tama po ba? Parang ayaw naman natin na uulit-ulitin natin, no? So I hope that itong unang ano pa lang natin, no, process, no, of pursuing the certification, pasado na kagad tayo. And kung gusto niyo pa nga, no, passing it with flying colors. Yan, gusto natin yun, no? Flying colors, in other words, wala namang medyo alarming na mga findings na i-raise ang ating mga auditors. Okay, now the next question now is, how do we prepare ourselves in this certification process as an agency or individually? Of course, dapat alam natin kung paano natin i-prepare. But of course, our focus this afternoon is the individual preparation, no? Kasi we already have prepared DSWD, no? Secretary Bautista mentioned about the last milestone that you had, no? During the pre-audit, and I think you made it in the pre-audit. So, kumbaga, dahil nag-pre-audit tayo and we performed good during the pre-audit, that means that we are ready, no, for our certification. Kaya nga tayo nag-pre-audit because it's actually a dry run, no? Parang kung sa board exam yan, nag-dry run kayo para lang mas mataas ang ating confidence level pagdating ng certification. Now, nawala yata yung aking sharing, no? Let me share again. Yan, nawala kanina yung aking PowerPoint. I hope nakita na. Okay, so how do you prepare for the certification comes November this year, no? So ilang tulog na lang, no? Magpapa-certify na tayo hopefully, no? Stage 1 audit. So let me first discuss, ano ba yung stage 1 audit? So stage 1 audit, take note, is less tedious on your part than stage 2 audit. Kumbaga kung sa ano pa yan, dahan-dahan lang. So stage 1, it's not really very, how do you call this? It's not really something na kakabahan ka ng todo-todo, but it is something that you know, parang patikim lang, no? And this stage 1 audit, as mentioned earlier in the definition of certification or certification process, it's focusing on the adequacy. Remember two things in the audit, no, in the certification process, the adequacy and the effectiveness. So adequacy is meaning kung enough ba yung ating documentation. Okay? Sometimes, no, although we all know that it's not part of the audit to overdo documentation, but sometimes, no, baka nag-overdo tayo. Sometimes naman, nag-underdo. Kailangan sakto lang yung ating documentation. Something that will not really give us burden. Sometimes kasi organizations or agencies have too much documentation. It's already too much in the sense na hindi na healthy sa inyong quality management system. So pagdating sa adequacy audit, no, hopefully the auditor would say ito sobra-sobra na, ito kulang pa. So dagdagan pa natin. Okay? So during the stage 1 audit, we have to ensure that the mandatory documentation, those documentation that are minimum requirements of ISO standard should be in place. Of course, the supporting documentation. They have to be ready prior to that day of stage 1 audit. So usually, kadalasan, no, again, depende sa style ng mga certifying body auditors, but in most cases, the stage 1 audit is usually conducted with QMR, document controller, and IQA team lead that are directly interfacing with the auditor. So in the past, no, hindi sila talaga yung isa-isahin or mag-randomly check with the employees, but they are only talking to key people, no, in your quality management system, the QMR, document controller, and IQA. And most of the time, they just review your documentation. No? If they have some clarification, then they talk to QMR, they talk to the document controller, they talk to the internal quality audit team lead, or they might talk to any of, you know, the process owners. But again, no, less interview, they focus more time on the documentation. So whatever findings raised during the stage 1 audit needs to be corrected prior to stage 2 audit. In other words, the auditor or the certifying body will not allow you to proceed with the certification audit, the stage 2 audit, unless the stage 1 audit findings are corrected. Unless the auditor would say, okay, hindi naman alarming or critical yung findings sa stage 1, so no need to correct it, so we could proceed with stage 2 audit. May mga ganong instances, no, na although may mga findings, but these findings are just minor, so they allow you to proceed with the stage 2 audit. In the audit report, no, stage 1 audit report, they would indicate that you are ready for stage 2 audit, or you need to first address the findings in stage 1 before proceeding with stage 2. No? So based on practice or based on experience, yung time interval between stage 1 and stage 2 audit, usually two weeks yun, ano? But there are times na tumatagal yun, no? Especially on the ability of the organization to correct the findings raised during the stage 1. So kumbaga nakasalalay sa organization or sa DSWD yung time interval between stage 1 and stage 2. Kasi kung medyo mabagal tayong mag-correct dun sa stage 1 audit findings, then that may cause delay in the schedule of stage 2 audit. Okay. Now, so what is more critical is the stage 2 audit. By the way, if the stage 1 audit is more of adequacy audit, stage 2 audit is better known as the compliance audit, no? Compliance audit because they have to perform 3 things, no, in this audit. First and foremost is they would randomly select process owners or employees, no, across different field offices covered in our scope, of course, including the central office process owners. So everybody should be ready for this stage 2 audit. Not only that, they will not only interview, but they will also ask their auditees or their interviewees to show evidences, no, the related documented information, both maintained and retained documented information. So alam na natin anong kaiba ng maintained and retained documented information. So that's the second element in their audit, no, stage 2 audit. And of course, the third element when they do the audit in stage 2 is the direct observation of your processes. So there are times that the auditor would say, sige nga, I would like to see how you perform a particular task, like let's say in the warehouse, how you stock those goods para ma-preserve yung ating mga goods, etc. Or even in the offices, could you show me how you operate a particular system, IT system? Or even in the, let's say, kunyari, sa ating mga core processes, ating mga operational processes like MTA issuance, how you process, how you do the assessment of the applicant before you grant or before you approve the application for the MTA certification. So in other words, there are times that the auditors would ask you to show, no, how you perform a particular task. So just make sure that we are all ready, no, for those three things. Interview, showing of the documented information, of course, the direct observation. Now, so that's basically stage 2, no, yung approach ng stage 2. The question now is, how do you prepare for stage 2? Kasi sa stage 2, it will involve everyone. Okay, first and foremost, ito, paalala ko lang, is you need to understand the quality policy of the DSWD. That's the reason why, no? Every time you have your activity, no, especially if it's QMS related activity, it's part of our program to, you know, kanina hindi ko narinig kung may nag-recite, no, but we have to do the recitation of the quality policy. In some other agencies, no, when they have their Monday morning ceremony, no, they recite all together the quality policy. I hope that should be part of our routine, part of our culture, part of our habit to you know, recite. Parang panatang makabayan lang yan, di ba? We need to recite the panatang makabayan because that's your panata to be makabayan. In the same manner, quality policy or policy is a panata. So panatang maka-customer, and that is quality policy. You know, one thing that I appreciate with organizations that have internalized their quality policy, it really shows outwardly. No, pag may mga offices ako before bago nagkaroon ng pandemic, that every time they enter their premises, talagang ramdam na ramdam ko ang kanilang panatang maka-customer. No, sa ngiti pa lang nila, how they accommodate guests or visitors to their offices, talagang wow, ang sarap ng pakiramdam. I feel very welcome to this office. How about DSWD? No, nagkataon lang now when we started assisting you in this journey, no, wala akong chance to visit you, see you face to face. But I hope that after the pandemic, when people visit again your offices, in the field offices, in the central office, I hope na everybody is feeling welcome, no, to your office, no. And you know, again, kung internalize kasi yung quality policy, mararamdaman yun eh, no. So I hope that you don't really need to memorize. Hindi naman ni-require ng ISO to memorize the quality policy, but more than memorizing it, we have to internalize it, we have to understand it by heart. Okay? Na pamuhay yung commitment natin, yung ating panata in our quality policy. Okay? So for sure, the auditor would, that usually is the first question of the auditor, no, to the auditee, to every auditee. They will always ask you, okay, could you please explain to me the quality policy of DSWD? Yan. So kung ako kunyari ang auditor ngayon, and I'll ask you now, can you explain to me the quality policy of DSWD? Ano kayong isasagot nyo sa akin? Okay, so I hope that everybody, no, from top down to the staff, we could explain to anyone, not only the auditors, but everyone, no, our panatang maka-customer or our quality policy. Okay, the customer that we are talking here does not only refer to the external customers, but even internal, because all of us are internal customers. We are, di ba? We are interlinked. So may mga panata tayo sa ating mga kasamahan sa ahensya. Okay, so that's the first thing, no? Internalize, understand quality policy, because that's the first question that the auditor would ask you. And the auditor would usually have a follow-up question. Ano yung follow-up question ng auditor? What is your contribution to the attainment of the quality policy? So if let's say the person or the auditee is asked about his or her understanding of the quality policy, the auditor would say, so ano ngayon, ikaw bilang ganito ang position mo sa, o ito yung role mo sa agency, ano ang iyong contribution para maisakatuparan ang quality policy ng DSWD? So dapat everyone should be able to answer that. Okay? So of course, the answer would always be linked to the individual IPCR. No? Kung ikaw ay ganito ang iyong role sa DSWD, if you achieve your commitment, no, individual commitment, anong tawag natin sa IPC? Performance commitment, that's it. Yun naman yun, di ba? Kung sinabi mo gagawin ko ito in terms of ano natin, how do we set, what are the three parameters in our IPC, in our UPC or OPC in terms of quality, quantity, and time po ba yun? Or efficiency? So, yun lang yun eh. Then, if everybody achieves his or her individual performance commitment, then that's basically the fulfillment of the quality policy. Okay? So, know your relevant objectives, know your IPCR or even your office performance commitment. Okay? Kasi yun lang yun, doon lang naman umiikot eh, di ba? You know, yung ating mga OPCR, IPCR, they are not disconnected to our QMS. They are even the enablers, I mean the measurements of our quality commitment. Okay. So know your relevant objectives. No? That should be, idadagdag ko doon sa know your relevant objectives. Know also your relevant risks and opportunities. Ikaw as a process owner of a particular process, like let's say, I am the one in charge with processing MTA application. What are the risks associated to MTA? Okay, the risk of, you know, wrong, I remember in the different offices that I have audited during our walkthrough audit, no? So not all field offices have used, ito kasi meron akong na-audit, no, na isang field office that they are using, how do you call this, yung to check kung totoo yung document na sinubmit, na hindi ito, how do you call that instrument or that tool, no? So you have that tool, no, to check the validity or genuineness of that particular document submitted by the applicant. But you know, not all of the field offices have that, no? So again, bakit ko nga ba nabanggit yun? Because again, no, that is your, that may be the risk, no, in your process. So you have to manage the risk so that you would be able to consistently achieve your targets, individual objectives, or even unit or office targets. Of course, no, know your relevant procedures and support documents, not only procedures, but maybe work instructions and other support documents. Know them, no? Kasi isa sa mga, base sa karanasan ko sa audit, no, maraming mga nagiging findings during the audit, hindi dahil walang nakasulat sa procedure, kundi hindi na nasagot ng tama ni auditee yung tanong ni auditor kasi hindi niya alam kung saan yun hahanapin sa kanyang procedure. So please, no, please encourage everyone in DSWD to read his or her procedures. Because again, there are a lot of audit findings that are raised by the auditors because of, and the primary reason is because of the auditor's lack of full understanding of his or her procedures. So please, no, take time to cascade. As I hope that this time, ang ating cascading of the procedures, especially at the different offices, central and field offices, should be more proactive and more interactive. Because when we say cascading, in the case of DSWD, usually ang ating cascading is sending through email. But maybe this time, baka hindi na sapat ang email. We need to really sit down together as an office, in the field office, to really go through the procedure. No, kasi especially that we want uniformity, no, in the way we do things. Kasi during the audits in the past, no, ako as the one auditing the different processes, may kanya-kanya tayong style, di ba? But I hope this time, no, we already follow the agency-wide procedures that are provided to you. Know your procedures. Okay. And of course, be ready with your records. Hindi kasi pwedeng alam ko lang yung procedure, alam ko yung step-by-step na nakasulat sa procedure, but there's no supporting records as evidence that I really exactly follow the procedures, then that's going to be a problem. Because the auditors would really show evidences. Kunyari, sinabi mo, ako ang auditor, ikaw yung auditee, sinabi mo sa akin, yes, I verify yung mga kakailanganing documentary requirements for the MTA application. Eh, where's the record? Where's the checklist na talagang inisa-isa mo? Okay? Baka kasi, yes, pwedeng in reality, you really do a thorough checking of the documentary requirements submitted, yet there's no evidence that you really thorough check it, then that's going to be a problem. Kailangan patunayan mo, records should be available to support those activities that you perform according to the procedures that you have written. No? And ideally, ito final reminder no, for the stage 2. Ideally, each one of you should know the requirements of ISO applicable to your process. So if you belong to frontline services processes like MTA, etc., you should know the requirements under clause 8. Okay? If you are part of the support process, like let's say yung ating back, yung ating maintenance, and all of those support processes, you should know your processes, no? Particularly clause 7, HR, admin, learning and development, all of those processes should, if you own those processes, you should know the requirements under clause 7. Okay, of course, yung ating management team, they should know the requirements under clause 4, under clause 5, under clause 6, and under clause 9, and under clause 10. So, mas marami sa management team, no? So, again, I hope that you take time to read again the ISO requirements, especially those requirements that are applicable to your processes. Okay, so, meron pa pala, no? How do you behave yung kanina preparation ito, no? Yung mga how do you prepare? But during the day of audit, no? How do you behave? How do you behave in front of the auditor? Remember that the auditors are human beings, okay? So, syempre, ang human beings, they have emotions. So, pwedeng ang emotion nila at that time or bad hair day. So, kumbaga masama ang gising, pwedeng gano'n. Pwede yun eh. That could happen. So, there are auditors that are really very, how should I describe them? Of course, aside from the fact that they are very competent, competence kasi ng auditor does not only refer to kung magaling silang mag-check ng process, but competence also include the right behavior, how they deal with people of different personalities. So ganun din, no? May mga auditor na mahaba ang pasyensya sa mga auditees. Meron namang auditor na napakahigpit. So kanya-kanyang ano lang yan, no? So what if, let's say, natapat ka sa isang auditor na medyo sobrang higpit, inconsiderate, yung mga ganun, ano? Of course, you could always, after the audit, you could always relay or raise a feedback to the certifying body. Pero later na yon, no? Itong mga during the audit, so kailangan you have to behave, no? Sabi nga dito, you have to be yourself. Have a presence of mind. Sometimes the auditees fail to answer correctly, the auditors, because kinabahan, no? Na mental block o nawala sa sarili. Okay? So have a presence of mind. Take note that the auditors would only ask questions that are related to the individual process. Kunyari, kung ikaw ay owner of the MTA or whatever frontline service process that you own, okay, hindi magtatanong ang auditee sa iyo ng process related to learning and development or process related to back or process related to, let's say, APP, okay, yung ating annual, walang ganun, no? Kung ano lang yung ino-own mong process, yun lang itatanong sa iyo. If, let's say, mistakenly, the auditor asks questions that are not related to your process, you could always tell the auditor in a nice manner that, sorry, auditor, but that is not my process. So please, I will turn you over to the right person who should answer that question. So kung ikaw si auditee at tinanong ko ng mga ganong tanong na pwedeng hindi mo process yon, pero may idea ka dun sa process, still don't answer that question. Kasi baka hanapan ka ng mga evidences, wala ka may ipakita. So sometimes kasi may mga auditees na parang they try to please the auditor na kahit hindi na nila dapat sagutin yun, sinasagot pa rin. Again, when I say hindi na dapat sagutin kasi outside na yung tanong sa ginagawa mo, sa role mo sa DSWD. Okay? So be courteous to the auditor. Okay? So wag nating i-provoke yung auditor. Again, no, human beings itong mga auditor na to. So provoking kasi sometimes the one thing that will provoke, no, or will will not bring good to the auditor is unang-una yung delaying tactics. Sometimes ganun, the auditee would not be able to show evidences right away. Ako, I audited you already, no, in our previous exercises, yung ating walkthrough audit. And one thing na nireklamo ko talaga, nagtitipid lang ako, ngayon ko nasasabihin, yung pag-show ng ating mga records. Well, of course, nung time na yon, walkthrough audit, that's our first or initial activity. But I hope, no, during our pre-audit few weeks ago, medyo nag-improve na kayo doon sa pag-show me, no? Show ng inyong mga records. But then again, going back to my main point, be courteous to the auditor. Kahit na yung auditor natin ay medyo hindi na makatarungan or masyado ng aggressive. So, but still, as auditee, let's remain to be courteous. Let's remain to be extra friendly to our auditor. Okay, so maaaring may mga violent reaction dun sa sinabi ko. Just reserve that later during our Q&A. Now, if you are, ito na, parang nabanggit ko na advance ko ito, no? But this is my next point. No? If you are pretty sure that your process is conforming to the standard and is effective, then you could voluntarily share extra information about your process to the auditor even when it was not asked. Okay, in short, may mga tao, di ba tayo, may iba't ibang personality, no? May mga katulad ko, ang personality ko kasi timid and medyo passive ang aking personality. So kung ito yung tanong mo, usually ang sagot ko base lang sa tanong. Pero may mga tao naman na opposite sa akin na kahit ito lang yung tinanong, ang haba na ng kinuwento. So if you are that person, pagdating sa audit, you can do that. That is if you are sure that your process is 100% conforming to the ISO standard and it is effective. So wala kang dapat ikakatakot, no? But if you are not that confident, kumbaga alam mo sa sarili mo na medyo marami pang dapat ayusin sa process mo, so please answer the question of the auditor direct and to the point. Huwag na nating dagdagan pa ng hindi naman tinanong. Sabi nga nila, less talk, less mistake. So maybe you could apply that during the audit. Okay? But of course, no, again, babalik pa rin ako sa pinaka main point ko, no? If you are confident of your process, you really are sure na okay yung process mo kahit na hindi tinanong yan at gusto mo i-share sa auditor, then please do so. Pero if not, then less talk, apply the principle, less talk, less mistake. Huwag tayo masyadong magkwento ng kung ano-ano kung hindi naman natin masuportahan ng evidences. Remember that audit is evidence-based. So pag sinabi nating evidence-based, the auditor will not just rely his or her audit in your answer to his or her question, no? To the interview, he will always or she will always ask, show me evidences. Kung wala ka nang maipakitang evidence, non-conformity ka or finding yon pagdating sa audit. Okay, so therefore, be ready with your records. Ito again, no? May experience with you during the walkthrough audit, ang tagal, no? Bago na ipakita yung audit, yung records. Please avoid that to happen na mangyari yan during the audit. No? There are auditors that they will, if you could not show you right away your records or hindi naman right away but matagal mo bago maipakita yung record, then that will be a point against you. Baka pwede pa niyang erase later yun na non-conformity kung may makuha siyang evidences of the cause of the delay in showing the record. For virtual audit, which most likely yun ang magiging audit methodology natin sa stage 1 and stage 2 audit, make sure that the records are scanned ahead for easy screen sharing with the auditor. Kasi ako may karanasan ako during the walkthrough audit that the auditee, dahil walang screen or scanned or walang soft copy, walang scanned copy ng kanyang paper document, ang ginawa niya na lang, pinaharap niya yung document, yung papel sa camera, hindi ko talaga mabasa-basa. Sobrang liit. Subutin lang, I'm a friendly auditor. No? I mean, I was doing the consulting audit. No? Naintindihan ko. Pero this time, dahil ang auditor natin will be the final verdict, the final judge, again, wag natin gawin yun. Wag natin ganun na ipakita natin, ipaharap natin sa camera yung papel, at yun ang for sure hindi matutuwa si auditor niyan. So have it ready by scanning those records, those documents, or kung naka soft copy naman siya, walang problema, no? Kung naka Word, naka Excel, pero kung nakasulat kamay yun, make sure that they are scanned prior to that day of audit. Okay? So patapos na pala ako. Ang dami ko na yata na kwento. Parang okay. So, ito na yung last 2 slides ko. Sabi nga dito, the success of DSWD certification lies in your hands. Not only in the hands of few or majority of the employees of DSWD, but everyone. Kasi lahat naman di ba, sabi ko, randomly mau-audit kayo. Paano kung kayo ang na-random and then wala kayong naisagot? Or mali-mali yung naisagot mo, wala kang napakitang evidences, and because of that incident, pwedeng that may be the ground for not getting the certification. So pwedeng kayo ang magiging tawag nito the culprit na hindi ma-certify ang certifying agency dahil sa iyo, di ba? Parang pangit naman na ganoon ang mangyari. So I just hope that everyone will cooperate. Everyone will prepare himself or herself for the audit, because the success of this journey lies in the hands of everyone. This is not the effort of the team of the QMT. This is not just the effort of few people, but this is the effort of the entire agency, and that includes all of you. Okay, so let me end my presentation. I hope those slides that were discussed, all the inputs that I gave you have inspired you to really prepare, but let me just end my presentation this afternoon with what Henry Ford, kailan natin si Henry Ford, katukayo ko, what Henry Ford said, with regard to quality. Sabi niya, quality means doing it right when no one is looking. Kahit wala tayong auditor, walang auditor, kahit walang auditor, I hope na darating ang araw, kung ito man yung araw na yon, or sa darating na araw, quality is part of the culture of the DSWD. Kasi pag part na ng kultura ito, ibig sabihin kahit walang audit, walang titingin kung anong ginagawa mo, dahil kultura na siya, automatically everyone works quality. Okay? So I hope that yung ating QMS will really mold the culture, di ba ganun lang naman yun, even the Japanese approach in creating a culture, sabi nga, put a good system first, and when people follow that good system, then later on that will be part of the culture. Ganun lang yun, di ba? Yung ating documentation na ito yung ating sistema yung ating QMS, ito yung sistema, and if people are really following those steps in our procedures, the policies, all of those documentation that we have, if people, everyone, not only few, but everyone follows yung mga nakasulat, then yun ang magiging kultura ng DSWD. And if that is the case, then quality will become a culture, part of the culture of DSWD. Okay, so I think that's my last slide, and maaga pa, but I hope that we will be able to maximize the remaining time for the question and answer. Maybe you have a lot of questions in mind, but feel free to ask later on your questions regarding the preparation for our upcoming stage 1 and stage 2 audit. Okay, so thank you very much, and I hope that everyone is ready, ready or almost ready for that upcoming stage 1 and stage 2 audit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sir Henry. So, maraming salamat po sa pag-share ng inyong tips and guidance po no sa pag-conduct or how we conduct ourselves during the external audit. So, for questions and dun sa mga nakita po natin sa chat box, so we are taking note of your questions, and then later on po sa ating open forum, we will be discussing each one of them. So, Sir Henry, would you like to answer those questions now or later na lang during the open forum? Mute ka po, Sir Henry.
So since nandito na rin lang naman, so maybe saan ako mag-start? I could not see.
Sige,
Sa dulo
sige
ba?
sir.
Dulo?
Isa-isahin namin yung questions. So, but before that, sir, pwede bang mag-request muna kami for a very quick photo documentation lang since
Sure.
we are already here and of course our secretary is here. So, yan. Nakikita po namin yung mga naka-open na cameras. And may we request everyone po to use yung ating virtual background. Our tech support will provide the file po sa ating chat box dun sa mga hindi pa nakapag-download. So, sige po. Magbubukas din po ako ng aking camera. Ayan. Nakikita ka na yung mga naka-open na cameras. Sige po, sa mga no camera, we understand, no? But so we cannot use the background daw po, sabi ng mga taga-FOCAR. Sige po, that's okay, we understand po, no? But I hope that as sa mga susunod na activities natin, magamit natin yung ating virtual background. Sige po. Ayan. On my panel, medyo marami-rami po tayo. Sige, let's give a chance po for everyone to open their cameras. So, ayan. Nakikita ko na ang mga magaganda at guwapong empleyado at staff ng DSWD. So, mga kasama natin sa ating biyahe patungo sa ating ISO certification. Ayan. Good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Sige po. Ready na po ba tayo? So if we're ready, so we encourage everyone, no, samahan nyo kami dito sa ating hand symbol, no, na 2 thumbs up because 2 thumbs up dahil malapit na tayo sa ating biyahe at 2 thumbs up dahil tayo po ay very active sa participation natin dito sa ating ISO journey. So isang DSWD ISO biyahe. So can you do this 2 thumbs up sa lahat? Pasensya na po, hindi ko siya kayang gawin dahil kumukuha ako ng picture, but yan, sige po. Okay, ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, next panel po. Sorry, hindi ko po alam kung sino ang nasa panel ko, so just freeze your smiles. So 1, 2, 3, smile. Next panel. Ayan, Sir Henry, nakikita kita dito sa panel na to. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile po. Ayan. Next. Okay po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, nakakatuwa. Pagpare-pareho tayo ng itsura, no? So, sige po. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Last 2. Okay po. 1, 2, 3, smile po. Okay. Okay. Last. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng nag-participate at nag-open ng kanilang mga cameras. So, okay. So we proceed na po with our open forum, no? Sir Henry, would you like to answer na? Meron na po tayong mga few questions na na-release kanina during the discussion. So I can see so meron na tayong 5 questions na na-raise, Sir Henry.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Sige.
Where should I start? Should I read the question in the chat box or?
Ako na lang, Sir, Sir
Okay.
Henry, no? So, from FO9, Sir Michael Ian Tandok, ang question niya po ay, during the stage 1 and stage 2 audit, are we still referring to the same SOP and services, meaning MPA and its essential support services?
Okay, I think what's our final scope, by the way? Sorry, no. So the scope of our certification, I think that is not only limited to MPA, no, but we already have expanded the scope. Tama po ba?
Actually, sir, for this, yes po, ang scope po muna natin ay yung MPA and essential support services, since those are the SOPs that we have conducted and already implemented na, no? So, meron na po tayong IQA dun sa scope na yon. But we are continuously expanding naman po our scope. So, I think, sir, for this certification audit muna, yun yung muna yung ating scope, and then we will further expand po.
Yeah, so that answers the question of Michael, no? That our audit will be limited to MTA and other essential support services. Kung ano yung scope natin sa pre-audit, I think yun yung i-cover. Tama po ba, Ms. Donna? Kung ano yung ating simulated audit or the pre-audit, so yun pa rin. So hindi po magbabago yun. Yeah.
Apo. So, next question po, I think this is more on sharing, no, regarding dun sa na-mention nyo, sir, kanina on the recitation of the quality policy. So, si RD Maris ng FO3, so she mentioned na they do it sa kanilang flag ceremony every Monday sa FO3 and sabayang pagbasa daw ng kanilang quality policy.
That's good.
And then, si Sir John Montilla from FO6. So, ang question niya po ay, when you say that you know your relevant KPIs, ito daw po ba ay yung ating mga DSWD OOs, OPCs, IPCs?
Definitely. Yung ating OPCs, IPCs, those are our KPIs. Those are our measurements of our processes as a unit or as individuals.
So, Sir John, I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Sir Henry. Next question po from Sir Harvey Calabio of FO Mimaropa. I think nasagot mo na rin ito kanina, Sir Henry. So, ang kanyang tanong po ay if the stage 1 audit daw po ba ay face-to-face or online. So, kung face-to-face daw po ba, lahat daw po ba ng mga FOs or offices ay i-audit? So, I think nasagot na ito, no, Sir Henry, kanina. So, our certification audit will most probably be online. So, as mentioned by Sir Henry, in preparation for this online audit, we need to prepare yung ating mga scanned copies, scanned documents, and soft files ng ating mga MOVs, no, na pwede nating i-present sa ating consultant. Asikrod, you are raising your hand, sir.
Thank you very much, Donna. If I may add, of course, once we are able to secure our certifying body, we will be issuing the audit plan and audit itinerary for guidance of everyone. Kung sino-sino po yung mga mako-cover po ng ating audit at what are the scope of the audit. So this will be for the guidance of everyone. But for now, let us expect that for the batch 1, we are preparing for the MTA and the essential support services. And for the batch 2 on the expansion, which will be dependent on the readiness of the DSWD, whether we are already complying with the requirements of all the standards as well as the mandatory implementation. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Sir Henry.
Thank you po, Asek Rod, for your sharing po, no. So Last question, sir, from Ms. Fe de la Cruz of FO9 regarding the scanning of records. This is just primarily sharing po, no, kasi ang sabi ni Ms. Fe, oftentimes, ang ating auditor will randomly ask for specific documents as to the time or period. No? So I guess yung ating process implementers need to scan all available documents on file. So now we agree with your suggestion, no? Kasi minsan hindi rin talaga natin alam kung ano yung hihingin sa atin ng auditor. So it's better that we are prepared and na-scan natin lahat ng available resources natin. So dito po sa ating chat box, there are a few more questions, no? Sir Henry, ang sabi, si Sir Ridwan Haji Mudin from FO9, ang tanong niya po, in your experience, how many of those agencies you have assisted that did not make it at first attempt, and what are some of the common mistakes of the auditees?
Okay. Sige, so far, no, lahat ng aming natulungan sa aming company ng mga agencies, lahat sila pumasa. So wala namang kaming tinulungan before na bumagsak during the certification. But there are those na, one thing that is good about the audit this time, the certification audit ngayon, hindi na siya katulad dati, long time ago, that when the auditor audits you, during the closing meeting, they would say, yung outright na sasabihin nila, bagsak kayo. Wala naman ng ganun. Noon yun may ganun, no? But ngayon wala na. So you are still given enough time para i-correct yung mga findings. But if you fail to correct it in that time period that they gave you, that's the only time that you will not make it to the audit. Kumbaga, mag-repeat ka. May maraming ganon, no? Na maraming findings yung auditor at hindi na kinaya ng organization or ng agency na i-correct yung mga findings. So, nag-lapse na. Parang lang yun, hindi na-address, so automatic bagsak sila. Parang ganon. After that time period na binigay ng certifying body sa kanila. And ano yung common mistakes? Again, no, sinabi natin ang common mistake. One is yung hindi nakapagpakita ng evidences yung auditee sa auditor. No? So, okay yung sagot niya during the interview, during the question, answer, but when the auditor said, could you show me that record? Could you show me that evidence? Wala na ipakita. So that's common mistake number one. Of course, the common mistake number two is sinabi ang ibang kwento ni auditee sa kay auditor, yung kwento ni auditee ay iba doon sa procedure. No, kunyari sa MTA, ito daw yung unang gawin, ganito. Pero doon sa procedure baliktad. No? Actually, na-encounter ko yan, no? When I audited before yung MTA process, no? Nagkabaliktad, iba yung naging practice ninyo ng isang FO doon sa actual, sa procedure, no? Merong I forgot that incident. No? Parang I think yung issuance ng OR ba yon na baliktad? Magbayad muna bago, basta may ganun, magbayad muna bago i-issue yung certificate or etc. Basta may ganun, no, na reverse. So, in other words, make sure na para maiwasan natin yung mistake na yon, please read the procedure. Ganun lang naman. Billing statement. Yung billing statement na huli ba yon? Parang ganun. No? So, in other words, nagkaroon ng ganung swapping or sa actual versus the procedure. Okay, so those are two common mistakes. Yung hindi napakita yung record or evidences. Pangalawa, hindi tama yung sinagot mo doon sa nakasulat sa procedure. So avoid those two mistakes.
Thank you, Sir Henry. So I hope we don't repeat those mistakes, no, para makapasa kami sa aming certification audit. So relative to that question, sir, mayroong question dito si Arda Mayla from FO Calabarzon. Ang sabi niya po, the use of approved forms is one of the NCs consistently noted during the walkthrough and mock audit. So how do you see this affecting our certification process?
Sorry, the use of unofficial ba yun? Records or? Yeah, that's
use
also
of
another
approved
common mistake.
forms. Yes, sir. So most
Yung
probably uncontrolled documents.
Uncontrolled, yes. That's another ano. So you don't use the approved forms, no? In other words, you have your own form. Eh pagdating sa audit, pag nakikita ulit yun, no, that's another mistake. So just make sure that you stop using your own form. Please adopt the form approved, no? Na nagaling sa central office. Kasi after all, we want to standardize. Unless hindi talaga applicable yung form dun sa process mo, eh, that's the time that you ask the QMR to exempt you from using that form. But again, no, please make sure that all records that you've showed to your auditor should be using the official approved form. Okay, so alam naman natin yung official and approved form. So please don't use a form that is hindi siya uncontrolled eh. It's more of unauthorized form. Unauthorized kasi hindi yun yung approved, hindi yun yung nanggagaling sa central office.
So, thank you, Sir Henry. So this is very well noted, no? So this is a reminder to all our process owners and our auditees, no? So dapat yung ating SOPs and forms na ginagamit ay approved. So you can download yung ating mga approved forms sa ating ISO resource site, and of course our ODC have ensured na lahat po tayo ay may controlled copies ng ating mga standard operating procedures. So we have a question here from Sir Michael Ian Tandok. I think this will be answered po by our 7S of Good Housekeeping Committee lead, Engineer Ace. He is here po. So Engineer Ace, ang question po ni Sir Michael is that if mag-audit na po ba for 7S of Good Housekeeping, are we required to tour or show them virtually yung kanilang opisina, no? So including the warehouses? Engineer Ace, would you like to answer this question po?
Good afternoon po, Engineer Ace po.
Good afternoon, sir.
Opo. Case-to-case basis po tayo, sir. Ano? Depende po yan sa situation niyo po. Kung okay naman po dyan sa lugar niyo at hindi naman ganun kataas yung, alam niyo naman po, nasa pandemic tayo. Kung hindi naman po ganun kataas yung cases po ng COVID, so pwede naman po siguro. Pero kung napakataas po at medyo alarming yung situation natin dyan, mas maganda po siguro virtual po tayo. So, hindi po wala pong answer na specific na general, ibig ko sabihin. So, magde-depend po ito sa situation po ninyo. So, saka sa arrangement po ninyo ng auditing office tsaka ng auditing na office po. Nasatisfy po ba yung question?
Thank you po, Engineer Ace. I think that is all for the questions faced during the discussion ni Sir Henry. So, thank you again po, Sir Henry, for giving us tips, no, and guidelines on the conduct of the external audit. So, before we proceed po with the presentation of our ISO committees, may we request again our participants to open your camera for another photo documentation with, of course, with our secretary and Sir Henry, since both of them are very important, no, dito sa ating activity for today. Ayusin lang po namin ang aming screen na para mas madali natin silang makita. Okay, so sige po. Again, let's raise our 2 thumbs up, no, towards our ISO certification. 2 thumbs up, isang DSWD ISO biyahe. So, ayan. Okay po. Carry naman. Okay, sige po. 1, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Wait lang po. So, ayun po, maraming salamat po ulit for, of course, our secretary, no, and for gracing our activity today, and Sir Henry for the tips and guidance that he provided on the conduct of certification audit. So now we proceed with the presentation of our ISO committees po, no. So, if you may remember, during the mock audit, in-audit din yung ating mga committees, no? Specifically on document control, on the 7S of good housekeeping, our internal quality audit, yung ating knowledge management committee, and of course, yung ating client satisfaction. So today, ang ating mga ISO committees will provide din po yung kanilang audit preparations, guides, and recommendations nila sa mga counterparts, no, on how we can prepare or how they can prepare for the upcoming external audit. So next slide, please. So for the order of presentation, first na magpe-present po ay ang ating Document Control Committee. This will be presented by Ms. Shilova Baraka, ang ating Assistant Overall Document Controller, to be followed by the 7S of Good Housekeeping Committee by Engineer Ace. Third po ang ating Internal Quality Audit Committee with our new IQA Committee Lead, Ms. Roanne Inhig. Fourth is the Knowledge Management Committee to be presented by Ms. Priscilla Docoyanan. And lastly po, the Committee on Anti-Red Tape, which will be presented by Ms. Oliva Arcaina. So with that, may I call on Ms. Shilova Baraka, our Assistant Overall Document Controller, for her presentation. Also, we remind everyone po, no, yung ating mga presenters, please take note of the time allotted for you para po we still have time to discuss yung mga questions that will be raised during your presentation. So, Ms. Shale, are you ready po?
Quality afternoon po, everyone. Quality afternoon po, Secretary. I'm Chill po, from the alternate overall document controller of the DSWD. So may I please present to you some of the observations during the walkthrough audit, internal quality audit, and the MAC audit. For the strong points, there is a malinaw po yung audio ko po. Okay naman po?
Yes, Ms. Chill, we can hear you po.
Thank you po. Okay. For the strong points, there is a documented procedure that defines the implements activity on control of documented information as defined in DSWD QMS 002 as evidence. So, meaning nakapag-present po tayo during the mock audit po ng ating master list of maintained documented information. So, meron din tayong Registry of External Documents, request for authority to dispose of records, certificate of disposal. So, lahat po yun ay na-present po natin. And then also, we also conduct, meron din po tayong communication of SOPs as done through memos, virtual meetings, and GCs. Ibig sabihin po itong GCs na to is ito po yung group chat po in between ng, as linkage po ng document, ng overall document controller and designated document custodians both in field offices and in central office po. Oh, next slide, please. Okay. Another strong points is that documents provided by the client, such as those indicated in the application form and the documentary requirements, are handled in accordance to the Data Privacy Act. So meaning records of application, such as for the MTA and submitted documents, are kept and retained to preserve its confidentiality and ensure easy access and retrieval. So, sample of the FOs observed with such kind of records management are from FO6 and FO4A. So for the FO6, file application forms for MTA and attached documents are kept in a steel cabinets with lock. Then for the 4A, region 4A, filed application forms and attached documents are kept in a record center, which is accessible to authorized personnel and with protection against fire, pest, and moisture from rain or flood. Okay, okay, so let's go with the weak points naman. For the DSWD, DSWD has determined the relevant interested parties and their needs as presented via stakeholder registry. However, it was not updated as to the recent year. So, yung na-present po during the mock audit is dated August 6, 2021. So, they mark it as opportunities for improvement. So, also, the consultant recommend that the organization may include ISO certifying body as one of the interested parties on its next update. So next is the deviation of the requirements of control of documented information during the creation was observed in the following. This was the minor nonconformity. For the FO3 and FO Caraga, presented documents such as the DSWD QMS, SOP 001, missing stamp controlled, yung nabanggit po kanina na some of the FOs presented is not a controlled copy. So meaning these copies are were downloaded from the DSWD research site. So kailangan kapag tayo ay nag-represent sa ating auditor, kailangan ito ay controlled copy. Huwag tayo mag-represent na uncontrolled copy. So later we will discuss on how to resolve that issues. On my next slides may mga guides po tayo. Okay, next is no document control number. So for the forms naman is hindi siya updated. So for the forms, that's the time na dapat yung mga forms natin ay yun kukunin natin sa DSWD research site. So because every now and then may mga changes, may mga revision tayo na nakukuha. So we actually notify naman kapag may mga revision tayo as to the forms and SOP. So for the forms, please kindly download all the forms for the DSWD ISO wide in the DSWD resource site. For the SOP, it should be controlled copy na galing po sa inyong cluster document custodian or FO document custodian po. So next slide po, please. Another weak points is during the time of audit, it was found out that FO10, 3, and 11 weren't yet utilizing the ASGF 038 or the preventive maintenance checklist. Consider harmonizing the use of the same forms as stipulated in the procedure and complete implementation of the preventive maintenance program across all FOs. So this was marked as opportunities for improvement. So yun, kasama naman siya under our forms na weak point. So hindi na-utilize yung ating DSWD research site as to the usage of our forms po. It was observed that document control was not practiced in the presented risk management form of 4A, where date of accomplishment was not indicated. So, may pinrepare ang FO4A as the risk management form. It just so happen na wala lang siyang accomplished date. So, this is not sure if kailangan mahalaga po na meron tayong date of accomplishment sa ating mga forms presented kasi lalo na may mga auditor tayo na gusto ko i-present niyo yung recent document for this. So, anong year nyo ginawa yung risk management form na yan? So, mahalaga po na ang ating mga pinapresent sa ating auditor ay meron po siyang date of accomplishment. Ganun po kahalaga yun sa kanila. So, this was tagged as opportunities for improvement. Okay, for FO Caraga was able to show evidence of implemented risk management but was not utilizing the prescribed template. So, if the 4A is okay with the form, however, for the Caraga naman is ang problema naman yung mali yung template na ginamit nila. So, yun. Okay nga, may ginawa nga tayo ng mga accomplished forms na ito. May pinresent nga tayo. But please, double check if that form is updated as to our resource site. If that form is complete, lahat ng kanyang mga fields, areas of fields, yan ang napirmahan ng ating mga bossing up to the kung sino yung last na pwedeng mag-sign ng form na yon, dapat yan ay properly accomplished po. Okay, next po please. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, last week points natin is during the time of audit, there were no available retained documented information since there were no agencies or individuals submitting any data request. However, it is advised that provision of handling non-conforming output be added to the procedure. This is actually taken note of during the document custodian meeting din. Okay, next. For the common mistakes, yan. For the common mistakes, we gather these two. So, first is some of the procedures presented by the process owners were uncontrolled. So, meaning walang stamp. Meaning, ito ay galing sa ating resource site. Paano masasabi na galing sa resource site? Meron tayong diagonally watermark doon. Ang nakalagay is DSWD resource site copy. So, to have it officially as a controlled copy, kailangan may nakalagay dun below, diba? Left corner or in the middle part of that document, lower part po yun, may naka-stamp po doon na controlled copy. Actually, dalawang stamp na yon kasi master copy and then controlled copy. So, the master copy na kay ODC while the controlled copy is na kay FO cluster custodian, FO document custodian, and cluster document custodian. So, for the purposes of the audit, this coming audit, kinakailangan po ang ating mga FO document custodian and cluster document custodian is i-share nila itong controlled copy na ito sa ating mga process owner via scanning that documents and sharing that scanned documents via email sa ating mga process owner. So, since may mga yon, ISTMS, PMB, ayun na. So, yun po. Even sa FO sa atin, ganun din. Same din po ang ganun gagawin. So, wala po tayo ngayong excuse na hindi natin mapipresent ang controlled copy. You can ask that po sa inyong FO document custodian cluster. Okay? So, next is some of the forms presented were uncontrolled. No document control number and outdated. Ang ibig sabihin, some of the document, for example, may mga existing na FO forms tayo and yun yung ginamit natin. Hindi natin na-utilize yung mga forms na meron tayo sa DSWD resource site. So, yun naman, ginagawa naman namin sa ODC is paulit-ulit namin, sineshare namin palagi yun. General group chat tayo, document custodian, ISO, DSWD ISO focal, sineshare namin yun po sa inyo. So, sana please do visit our DSWD resource site. Please do read, review our SOPs kasi nawawala yung confidence natin during the audit kasi we are not familiar with the process. Pero kung familiar tayo with our process, lahat ng mga tanong nila, masasagot natin yun confidently at mabibigay natin yung evidence na kinakailangan nila. Kasi nalalaman natin paano yung process. We are aware of the process. So yun, I guess yun yung nakikita ko doon eh. Yun yung susi doon eh. Dapat we review all the SOP. We should be familiarized with all the forms that kinakailangan. Ako, for example, ako bilang ODC, ako bilang process owner, ako bilang IQA, ano ba ang mga SOP? Ano ba ang mga forms na dapat kong malaman na pwede sa akin tanungin during the audit? You should be aware of that. Okay, next slide, please. Sorry, natatagalan ako. Ano na bang time? Sorry, Miss Donna. Okay. List of documents to be prepared before the certification audit. So, ito nga nabanggit ko kanina. So, under ng document custodian. So, focus tayo sa document custodians natin dyan. Hello po. So, control of maintained document info. DSWD QMS GF09. You should have or prepared a master list of maintained documented information internal. So, ibig sabihin, lahat ng mga hawak nyo dyan na control copy, this is specifically for the FO document custodian and cluster document custodian. You should prepare and signed, meron kayo dapat prepare and signed master list of maintained documented information. So, saan nyo makikita to? Ito yung nasa list ng registry at copy holder na binibigay namin sa inyo. Every time na pinapasign namin sa inyo, kapag nag-disseminate kami ng mga controlled copy, both in FO and CO. So next is the GF011, Master List of Maintained External. So ibig sabihin, may mga forms tayo, may mga procedures tayo na ginagamit. For example, sa aming records office, may ginagamit tayo na NAP form. So yun ang ilalagay natin sa Master List of Maintained Document Information. Ano yun yung mga external documents, either forms or manual, na ginagamit natin, ina-adapt natin sa department. So, dapat meron tayong ganito. Okay po. Next is the master list of obsolete. So, for example, ano ng mga obsolete na meron tayo? So, dapat meron na tayo dyan nakasulat yung ating internal quality audit procedure. Ayan, meron tayong revision 1 yan. So, dapat yan na yung isa sa mga nakalagay sa ating GF010. Next, control of written document information, NAP form series of inventory. So lahat dapat ng region, particularly with the designated records management officer, meron po kayo dapat inventory po ng inyo pong records holding, consolidated po sa buong sa buong office niyo po, for example, field office. So meron kayo dapat representation ng isang inventory sa inyong field office. So ganun po. So, since mga RMOs naman natin updated on this, kasama ito sa kanilang ITC, you can request or ask this inventory to the RMOs. Next is the 018 records disposal request. So, ito yung mga record disposal request natin na fina-forward naman ng mga OBS sample. Yan. For example, meron na tayong obsolete, yun nga nabanggit ko kanina, yung IQA procedure manual natin. So, gusto ngayong mahanap yan ng ating auditor. Since meron tayong obsolete, we stamp that obsolete procedure with obsolete copy stamp. And then we will proceed that into the disposal of records in accordance to the retention period in the department's records disposition schedule. So currently, hindi pa natin siya ma-adapt. Hindi pa tayo pwedeng mag-dispose ng ating mga obsolete files. So you can just forward that obsolete file to your records officer for safekeeping dahil yung ating retention period for ISO docs is currently still for approval with the NAP. Na-process na po namin yan, pinasama na po natin yan sa ating RDS na currently awaiting lang tayo for approval with the NAP. Then request for authority to dispose record kasi yan hahanapin yan ng auditor eh. O may obsolete copy na kayo o na-dispose na ba yan? Pakita naman ako ng request niyo na na-dispose na yan, nasaan na yan. So yun yung pwede niyo mabanggit sa kanya. Naku, Ma'am Auditor, hindi pa kami pwede makapag-dispose ng aming obsolete files. Gawa ng yan ay still for approval. Ang retention period niyan ay still for approval with DANA. Okay. Ayun, na-time out na. Ayan. Next is the information or guides and tips. So, ensure to have a thorough review. Ito yung nabanggit ko kanina. To have a thorough review of the sample documents to be presented during the conduct of audit. So, kami sa ODC, practice namin to during our DSWD ISO certify. Meron talaga kaming file folder in which doon nakalagay yung aming mga sample documents, sample evidences na pwedeng hanapin sa amin ng aming auditor. So meaning, each quarter, kasi we never know kung kailan naghahanap. Ito yung tanong ni Miss Pen ng FO9 kanina, mga hello po. Ano ba yung kasi you never know kung kailan. So ang ginagawa namin sa ODC is at least 2 sample of evidences each quarter. So ngayon is October. So 2 examples, 2 sample documents for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4 October. Kasi minsan sasabi, asan yung recent file nyo for October? So you never know. So at least magkaroon kayo ng sample for each quarter. Enough na siguro yon. So ang ginagawa namin niya, may mga tagging pa kami, may mga ear tag kami sa gilid. So kada tanong niya, ayun na, nandoon na agad sa ear tag. Meron pa kaming table of contention top niyan. Kaya every time na may hahanapin siya sa amin, madali namin nabibigay. So that is during face-to-face. So ngayon, what we did is meron na kami ngayon Google Drive in which lahat ng mga documents is naka-scan naman. So may ABC kami ganun. So kapag may hinanap siya, let's open the A kasi nito yung, so kanya-kanyang discard lang din yan. Ang mahalaga, kumpleto yung ating mga scanned documents na ipapakita sa ating auditor. So, ensure all procedures presented by the process owners are controlled with controlled copy stamp. The cluster document custodian, COFO document custodian may scan the controlled copy and send via email to the concerned process owner as reference during the audit. Okay, ensure all the forms presented are controlled with document control number updated. All forms presented should be based on the uploaded forms in the DSWD research site. Wala po tayong ipapakita na kahit na anong form sa auditor na hindi po tayo nakabase sa ating research site. Next slide po, please. Okay. Next is prepare folder and close. Ayan na nabanggit ko kanina. Also save all. Ayan. Same then. So this is to lessen the time. Ayan na. This is to lessen the time of retrieval of documents and to ensure auditors that we are prepared and that we properly safekeep our records in orderly manner. So that's mga guide before po ng ating certification audit. So conduct internal mock audit to ensure completion of documents. So kanya-kanya kahit sa loob ng office nyo lang, di ba? To ensure completion of the documents prepared as well as be familiarized with the Zoom meeting, especially yung sharing ng sharing of screen. Paano ba mag-share ng screen? Like, okay, may hinanap siya na documents, paano ko ito share sa kanya? So you can conduct TA with your ITians and other IT procedures including strong network signal. So make sure na on the day na meron tayong audit na po, maganda po yung ating signal, yung kuryente siguro. Sana yung laptop natin ay full charge po yung mga yan. So lahat ng mga possible ay i-prepare po natin before the conduct of our audit po. Ayan na. Ayan, patapos na po ako. Actually, last slide na po yung susunod po. Ayan, so guidance during the audit proper. Okay, last na po ito. So gaya ng sabi po, think before you speak. Ayan, number 2, ito yung sasabi kanya ni Mr. Henry, less words, less mistakes. Make sure that the answer is brief but comprehensive. Do not give ideas for the next question. Sometimes auditors are asking based on the answer situation you are giving. So if you are uncertain with the questions, you may request for rephrasing. Do not answer questions you are not confident with. You may ask for guidance with your colleagues or you can designate a focal who can answer the specific office services. And then last, smile. Your face can be easily be judged if you are telling a truth or not. Or not. Smile can boost self-confidence. So that's all po for the guidance during, before, during, and the conduct of audit proper po natin. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ms. Chill. For questions regarding the presentations of our ISO committee, so we will also be addressing that after the presentation, no, para dire-diretso po yung ating presentations at yung ating pong time ay ma-manage natin ng maayos. So, thank you again, Ms. Chill. Now we are going to call on our next presenter po from the 7S of Good Housekeeping Committee, Engineer Ace. Engineer Ace. Good afternoon po. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon po sa executive members natin, mga directors, sa lahat po ng participants po natin sa meeting pong ito. This is Engineer Ace. Yes po.
Opo, sir, medyo malabo lang po yung inyong audio. Can you speak louder po?
Sige po. Clear na po ba? Sorry.
Ayan, medyo, yan, sir. Sige po.
Apo, again, good afternoon po sa lahat po ng executive members po natin, mga directors, and sa lahat po ng participants natin. This is Engineer Ace from the 7S of Good Housekeeping Committee Lead. We will be presenting some reminders on the good housekeeping before the audit. So the 7S designated focal persons must ensure that their respective areas are in accordance to the 7S standard. So dito po hinihikayat po natin lahat ng 7S focals po natin na lagi po tayo magpaalala sa respective offices po natin sa mga standards po ng 7S. So, in the morning or basta may mapansin po kayo, i-remind nyo lang po, courteously, huwag nyo pong awayin yung mga staff po ninyo. Siyempre, hindi naman natin gustong may makagalit tayo. Courteously lang po, remind lang po, kung pansinin nila or hindi, i-note nyo lang, mag-remind lang po tayo ng mag-remind. Tapos, ask for technical assistance for repair and maintenance, management of properties and supplies, and records management. So, mapapansin po natin sa paligid natin, meron na po bang mga sirang equipment? Meron na po bang tumutulong aircon? I-request po dating kaagad ng technical assistance sa mga nagme-maintain kung yung records po natin, nakikita po natin wala sa ayos, mag-request po tayo ng technical assistance sa records management. So yung mga properties naman natin na hindi natin malaman kung anong gagawin, assistance naman po sa property and supplies po natin, office. So encourage every employee to participate in the 7S implementation to achieve the department's goal in the ISO project. Ito po, lagi po tayong magpaalala nga po sa mga staff po natin na i-implement po nila yung 7S kahit sa kanya-kanyang mga workstation lang po. Next slide po. Ito po. As of today, ang compliance po natin ay 98%. So meron na lang po tayong isang field office na yet to coordinate their schedule. Nakipag-coordinate na po sila, nakipag-communicate na po sila sa amin. pero they are yet to submit their schedule on the assessment and post-assessment po. So yung mga wala naman pong submission pa, ito po ay dahil dun sa nangyari pong quarantine sa kanila and disinfection. So currently, nagpo-post assessment pa lang po sila this week. Next slide po. So ito po yung summary of findings natin. Ito po yung mga most common findings per S nung 7S po natin sa mga offices po. So sa sort, floor area, shelves, tables and chairs are not free of unwanted items. There are trip hazards in the area such as electrical cords. So most common findings po sa sort, yung mga upuan natin, mga tables natin, or mga shelves natin, mga cabinets, may mga nakalagay na hindi po dapat nandoon, or siguro may mga nakalagay po tayong files sa upuan, or mga hindi naman po dapat na items sa lamesa po natin or sa shelves. Siguro naglalagay po tayo ng mga jug, water jug, or kung ano man po. So ito po yung mga most common findings na may mga unwanted items sa mga areas po na hindi po dapat sila nandoon. There are trip hazards in the area such as electrical cords. So hindi po natin siguro naayos yung pagkaka-bundle po ng mga cords natin. Kaya nagiging marami po sila na nasa sahig, watak-watak, and nagkukos po siya ng trip hazard po. Sa straighten naman po, some equipment, shelves, cabinets, rooms and other areas are without proper label. Electrical cord wirings are not properly secured and needs decluttering. So sa mga shelves and cabinets po natin, hindi po sila properly labeled. So with this, kung hindi po tayo or hindi natin alam ang proper labeling, pa-technical assistance po tayo sa records management office po natin. So dito po sa scrub, minor leaks, ito po ay tumutukoy sa mga aircon. So gaya po ng sinabi ko kanina sa reminders, i-check po natin yung paligid natin sa mga equipment na kailangan ng maintenance, kailangan ng cleaning. Hindi lamang po sa area natin, kundi maging sa mga equipment natin, furniture, mga IT equipment po natin. Check po natin lahat ng kailangan ng cleaning and maintenance po. Sa standardized labeling of documents should be improved and in accordance to color coding scheme of records. Most offices has housekeeping procedure for time on waste collection. So, meron naman po tayong janitorial services. Kung medyo hindi maayos yung ginagawa po nila, siguro pwede po natin silang i-guide kung ano yung iset nating standard ng pag-waste collection and pag-cleaning. So yung sa records naman po, yun nga po, sundin po natin yung proper color coding scheme tsaka yung proper labeling. Kung hindi po natin alam, magpa-technical assistance po tayo sa records office para ma-inform po tayo. So sustain all employees show positive interest in the implementation of 7S. The management provides support in the implementation of 7S. So lahat naman po siguro tayo talagang gusto nating ma-implement itong 7S. Yun nga lang, syempre, once in a while, medyo nadi-disorganize or nawawala po tayo. Sustain lang po natin. Yan po ang hinihikayat namin dyan po yung mga 7S focals natin na sila po ang magpaalala, mag-remind lagi sa mga staff po natin na i-sustain po yung 7S natin. So sa sort, floor area, shelves, tables, and chairs are not free of unwanted items. There are trip hazard in the area such as electrical cords. So, sorry, para naulit ito. Sa stray, okay. Para naulit po sa simula. So, that's for my part po. Salamat po.
Thank you po, Engineer Ace. Now, we move on to our next presenter. from the Internal Quality Audit Committee, let us welcome our new committee lead, Ms. Roanne Ilhig. Ms. Roanne.
Okay po. So, hello ma'am.
Good
Okay
afternoon
naman.
po.
Loud and clear naman po yung boses ko.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you po. So, good afternoon po, Secretary, and to the rest of the QMT, PMT members. I will be presenting po yung consolidated report from the IQA committee team with the following outline po. First is yung common audit findings, and followed by the preparations needed for the certification audit. And lastly po yung guides and tips during the certification audit process. So, next slide, ma'am. So, as mentioned po, these are the consolidated report of the IQA committee team for the common audit findings based on the conducted walkthrough, internal quality audit, and mock audit activities done by the department. So, next slide, ma'am. So the first findings po is, yun nga, actually same po yung na-mention earlier ng ating document controller, which is, yun nga, some of the SOPs are not yet fully utilized and implemented. And the number 2 actually is also connected to the first finding, which is some of the documents presented are not yet registered to overall document controller. Hence, documents presented by the auditees during the conduct of audit is not updated and does not have control number. So, yung action plan natin dyan is yung pag-issue nga po ng reiteration memo to use the approved SOPs, and of course to update all the ISO reports based on the approved forms cascaded by the QMT Secretariat. So next po is yung third, yung some SOPs have incomplete steps and details. Thus, the implemented process of CO and FO is not fully aligned with the actual process. And so, we have recommended na there's a need to revise the SOPs of those who have concerns, lalo na sa mga processes related sa FOs and sa CO po. So, number 4 is yung risk and opportunity reports and documentation presented are not standard during the presentation ng reports. So our action plan also is to provide orientation on the use of the R&O procedures and forms. So for the 3 action plans that we have presented, actually we have already issued, and the memo and the forms are being reiterated na through cascading sa email ng lahat ng OBS and FOs. And then the QMT Secretariat also scheduled last October 8 yung orientation ng SOP for the risk and opportunity reports. And so next po is yun nga po, for us to really be prepared sa upcoming audit, as mentioned earlier by our consultant, Sir Henry, na really have to familiarize yung ating mga SOPs and even yung mga forms na nakalagay sa ating approved na mga SOPs. And of course, we really also need to prepare before the audit yung mga MOVs natin or yung mga interface documents nito. So, since na-mention din kanina na kailangan talaga siyang i-cascade. So, kung halimbawa sa level ni document controller at ni custodian, alam niya na dapat makascade niya sa within the division and then sa unit para tagang lahat aware sa SOPs na ito na pinapa-adapt na sa buong DSWD. Of course, for us to ensure na talagang ready na tayo in as much as possible, we have to prepare checklist of documents to be presented per clause. And number 3, dates for the implementation of the CARS must be observed and documented. And then number 4, all documents presented should have complete signatures scanned, as mentioned then earlier, para hindi mahirapan yung ating auditor. No? sa pag-check ng ating mga MOVs. Number 5, ensure that all process owners and identified implementers are available during the audit. So kung sino po yung na-designate na maging auditee per process, in as much as possible, sana sila yung sasagot mismo doon sa process na ating ino-audit sa atin. And then number 6, provide technical assistance prior to the actual audit, which is actually ginagawa naman, pero kung sino man yung mga kasama natin na kailangan pang ma-assist, we really have to orient them, lalo na dun sa mga bagong employees na siguro may involved dun sa mga process na ating pinapa-implement. And then next po is, in as much as possible, ma-orient ang ating mga kasama na dapat we have to focus in the best practices na ginagawa ng ating department. And of course, we just have to ensure na well-documented din yan and we have MOVs to support it. And lastly po, of course, to ensure that all findings and OFIs during the previous audits are addressed and resolved. So, very important na before the certification audit, lahat ng CARs and OFIs natin, meron ng action plan and na-resolve na rin po natin. Ayun po. Next po is, next slide ma'am. Next slide po. Ay, eto po. So during the audit po, we really have to be ready. Ensure that we have read the audit plan, other reference materials. I believe that will be cascaded in advance for us to be prepared. And then, in as much as possible, we have to be calm and tactful in our conversation with our audit team members. And number 3, we use good judgment and keep your dialogues professional in as much as possible. We have to really be professional in asking or clarifying our inquiries din as our questions pagdating sa mga itatanong ng during the audit as well. So number 4, we have to seek clarification when in doubt, but in as much as possible, kung kaya namang sagutin ng kasama natin at hindi tayo sure, so yun po, ano na lang natin, i-ask muna natin sa kasama natin if tama bang tanong natin to, kasi baka masabihan tayo na hindi tayo nag-uusap-usap. So number 5, be honest with the system and the auditor. And of course, number 6, open yourself for opportunities for improvement. So if meron pong sasabihin sa atin si auditor, we'll just have to accept it. In connection sa number 7, we just have to learn from the questions raised by the auditor. And then number 8, lastly, we should be professional. And thus, questions raised by the auditor are not personal. So if merong mga napuna or may napansin, we just have to accept it objectively and in a professional manner. So that would be all po, ma'am. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roanne, for that presentation. So we are down to the last 2 presenters for our ISO committees. So the 4th presenter po is Ms. Priscilla Docoyanan, our committee lead for ISO Knowledge Management Committee. Hi, Ma'am Presi. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon. Okay po yung audio ko?
Yes, ma'am. Malinaw po.
Ayan. So magandang hapon po sa ating mga EXICOM members and members of the QMT, PMT. Okay. Next slide po. Ayan. So balikan lang po natin saglit kung ano ba yung hinahanap natin in terms of the resource on organizational knowledge. So dito po, dapat po yung organization shall determine the knowledge necessary for the operations of its processes and to achieve conformity of products and services. This knowledge shall be maintained and be made available to the extent necessary. When addressing changing needs and trends, the organization shall consider its current knowledge and determine how to acquire or access any necessary additional information or knowledge and required updates. So, yan po yung hinahanap sa atin in terms of the support, under support, and in terms of the resources requirement for organizational knowledge. So, next slide po. Ayan. Based po sa feedback no nung mock audit natin, ito po yung nakita ng ating auditor no nung tinanong po tayo or inaudit tayo on knowledge management. So, tama po talaga yung mga sinasabi kanina na pakinggan po natin kung ano yung tinatanong ng ating auditor kasi sa experience ko po dito, ang tanong po niya, how do you organize, maintain and update knowledge. So kung wala po ako sa sarili ko, medyo mahirap po akong ano kaya isasagot ko pag gano'n yung tinanong. So ayun, sa tanong po na yun, sinabi po natin na meron tayong mga established systems no, and policies on knowledge management dito sa department. So yun po yung, ayun, following that question po, ito yung mga napag-usapan at nakita niyang strong points natin in terms of knowledge management. So number one, we have established a system. So in determining, maintaining, and updating organizational knowledge, no. So in terms of structure, meron po tayong office na nag-handle ng KM. And in terms of the per office no focals or yung ano natin, yung cascading natin sa mga offices ng knowledge management, meron po tayong mga KM committees na organized. So ang hinanap po dito na MOV ay yung designation of KM focals and alternates. So ito po yung mabilis naman natin na ipakita kasi during the presentation, may inorganize naman kaming parang drive para madali pong mag-share ng MOVs no, doon sa auditor. So another strong point is pinakita natin yung AO17 series of 2011 or the DSWD KM framework. So dito po nakita niya, no, dito po mahalaga na alam natin kung ano yung mga pinapakita nating policies kasi maaring kailangan talaga natin i-discuss ito no, sa auditor. So nung ipinakita po natin yung policy, so present natin yung framework no, kung paano yung knowledge production and integration sa department. So ito po yung nakita niya. So it includes knowledge production, knowledge claims, knowledge validation, hanggang maging organizational knowledge siya at hanggang ma-integrate siya no, sa department, ma-share at magamit no, to serve our objectives, organizational objectives. So another strong point is there are issuances for creation, documentation, sharing, or transfer of knowledge. So we were able to provide MOVs no, on this, katulad ng good practice documentation guidelines, conducting knowledge sharing sessions, yung paggamit po ng ating operationalization of the DSWD core group of specialists, especially po itong CGS, ito po yung nagta-transfer kasi meron po siyang binanggit na explicit and tacit knowledge. So si CGS po yung isang mechanism natin for transferring tacit knowledge. And we have SWID forum for the external and lahat po ng guidelines na to ay hinanapan po niya ito ng ng mga evidences kung paano siya tumatakbo. So pag sinabi po namin, nung sinabi po na nagkakonduct tayo ng KSS at nabanggit na ano yung example ng knowledge sharing session na kinonduct, so nabanggit po tayo, meron tayong mga knowledge fair na kinakonduct for the internal and external. So naghanap siya ng evidence na on that. So next slide po. Ayan, in terms of the knowledge products, so nagtanong siya ng MOVs no, kung ano-ano ba yung mga knowledge products na meron tayo. So yung examples na naipakita natin yung mga manuals, guidelines, best practice and lessons learned documentation. So ang isang lang po dito, nagtanong siya about knowledge product on minors traveling abroad. No? Yung isang pinapa-certify natin na service. So during that time, wala kaming hawak na knowledge product on that, but sinabi ko rin dun sa auditor na these processes are cascaded sa mga offices and the offices sila din po yung pwedeng nagde-develop nito mga knowledge products ng kanilang mga programa or services na kanilang ini-implement. And another strong point is we have the knowledge sharing facilities. So we have available knowledge sharing facilities in the central office and the field offices. Now we have the portal and the physical library and the regional learning resource center. So makikita nyo po na mayroon nakalagay dyan na portal for enhancement. Kasi during the interview, sinasabi din natin kung ano yung mga mayroon tayong ginagawang improvement dun sa mga available facilities natin. So ito rin po siguro yung masasabi natin na Ayun, magsasabi lang po talaga tayo ng totoo, no, kung ano yung nangyayari sa mga kasalukuyang programa natin. And another strong point is the Caraga SOP. So si Caraga po yung nag-iisang region na na-audit nung MAC-audit, and the DSWD-FO Caraga, no, was able to present yung kanilang SOP, no, on the provision of knowledge management services based on AO 17 series of 2011. So nakita naman po niya, nakascaled talaga kung ano yung mga policies natin na meron dito sa central office hanggang sa mga field offices. Next slide po. Ayan, so wala naman po siyang binanggit na points for improvement kasi yung assessment niya doon ay conforming tayo or compliant naman yung KM natin. Ito naman po yung nakita namin na pwede nating improvement, no, for the certification. So in terms of content, some of the MOVs prepared are not available during the audit. So alam namin na meron kami pero wala siya doon sa listahan. But sinabi natin doon sa auditor na pwede bang ibigay namin to after, no, the meeting. And so kailangan natin i-consolidate yung lahat ng policies natin at outputs nitong mga policies, no, kung paano siya na-i-implement. And nasa isang document location siya para mas madaling maghanap. Kasi hindi rin natin alam talaga kung ano yung hanapin ng MOV. And isang malaking paghahanda din talaga na maging prepared tayo to discuss and explain, no, the policies on KM. So kasi hindi natin alam kung saan siya pwedeng magtanong. So kung meron tayong mga policies na ipapakita, dapat alam din natin ito ipaliwanag, no, doon sa auditor. And support or evidence from partner OBS and FOs. So dahil nag-iisa lang po yung FO na audit na during the MAC audit, so maging handa po yung mga OBS and FOs natin, no, to prepare for the audit. Ito po ay dinidiscuss na namin sa mga meetings natin with the KM Focals na both for the OBS and FOs. So kailangan mag-prepare ng MOV on how KM is implemented in the OBS and FOs in terms of the policies, the outputs, the knowledge products produced, knowledge sharing sessions conducted, and other related KM initiatives, no, nitong FOs at saka OBS. So sa part po ng Suite B, so nagpe-prepare po kami ng isang document folder or drive na nilalagay namin lahat doon yung mga copies ng policies, no. And we will also include links on the databases on the documentations of KM outputs. So andyan po yung mga knowledge products natin. Andyan po yung KSS documentations natin, yung mga manuals na nade-develop. So yun po. And I think this is the last slide for knowledge management presentation. And additional po pala, so we are continuously improving yung mga systems and mechanisms natin on KM, and this will still be, ito yung gagamitin natin, no, para ma-institutionalize yung quality management system ng department. So we have planned to yung continuous development of the knowledge product, no. That will include the development of the DSWD quality management system manual and other related knowledge products on the documentation of the experiences of the department and the quality management program, sharing of these experiences in the knowledge sharing sessions and other capability building activities, continuous inclusion of the QMS topic in the onboarding program of the department, enhancement of competencies on quality management, and highlighting the experiences in the different rewards and incentives program on KM and of the department, and the utilization of online platforms for knowledge sharing and capability building mechanisms. So that's all po for the knowledge management report. Thank you.
Thank you po, Ms. Presi. And last po na presenter for our ISO committees, we have the Committee on Anti-Red Tape to be presented by Ms. Rina Clarice Fernandez. Hi, Ma'am Rina. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is our report for the Committee on Anti-Red Tape. So for the compliance status of the client satisfaction measurement report for the central office and the field offices, for the monthly submission, we have 52.5% who submitted the CSMR for the month of September. And for the semestral, we have 80% and 62.5% for the third quarter. Okay, next slide, please. For the non-submission, we have 37.5% who did not submit the CSMR third quarter. So the offices are the following. We have 15 offices. So we have SMS, DLLO, ISSO, DRMB, PMS, ICTMS, SLP, and Legal Service, FO4B, FO5, FO6, FO8, and FO10, and FONCR. Next slide, please. So we have this following issues and concerns and the recommendations. So for the issues and concern, for the non-submission of client satisfaction measurement report, we have cascaded a follow-up memo on the submission of third quarter CSMS. For the recommendation, we have to adhere the strict implementation of internal submission of client satisfaction measurement report for the monthly, quarterly, semestral, and annual, and the constant reminder regarding the two-strike policy for the non-submission of the CSMR, and which are as follows: the first offense, which is the administrative liability with 6 months suspension, provided, however, that in the case of fixing or collusion with fixers under Section 21, the penalty and liability under Section 22B of this act shall apply. And for the second offense, the administrative liability and criminal liability of dismissal from the service, perpetual disqualification from holding public office, and forfeiture of retirement benefits, and imprisonment of 1 year to 6 years with a fine of not less than 500,000 pesos, but not more than 2 million pesos. So this is a reminder according to Section 4C, Rule 11 of Joint Memorandum Circular 2019-001, that ARTA has the mandate to monitor and evaluate the compliance of agencies covered under Section 3 of this Act and issue notice of warning to erring and or non-compliant government officials and employees. Next slide, please. For the issues and concerns, we have this mechanism to strengthen the customer-focused initiatives of the agency. So we for the recommendation, this is to provide training for frontline staff on delivery of quality customer service and utilization of clients' relation management platform or software to establish coordination on different offices accessible to different modalities such as the laptop, phones, kiosk, and etc., and the provision of technical and information assistance to client. And next, for the issues and concerns, the initiatives and improvement, we have submitted the CSMS e-form orientation, users and implementation training activity matrix. So for the recommendation, we have this card client satisfaction measurement survey, electronic form, and web-based application. So we will be conducting an orientation this coming November for the usage, or yes, for the electronic form of the CSMR. So we will be conducting by batches also, and this is including the pilot implementation and the conduct of launching. So the full adoption of this CSMS e-form will be on January 2022. Next slide, please. Next issues and concern is the proposed award and recognition for the top performing offices in compliance with EOTB and CSMS implementation, which is included on the CARD's Anti-Red Tape and Efficient Government Service second annual conference. So our recommendation is for the highest CSMS rated bureau, service, and unit in the central office. We have the highest CSMS rated field office, very satisfactory frontline service, very satisfactory non-frontline line service, and the top performing office with the following criteria: the RA 11032 and ARTA compliance citizens charter, the first audit compliance result, and second audit compliance result, and the submission of requirements based on the EODB acquired dashboard. And also one of our recommendations is the top 3 nominated inspiring R2 focal members or the individual recognition, and the top 3 nominated inspiring card primary or alternate members or the individual recognition. So that's all for the card po of Committee on Under Red Tape. Thank you very much.
Thank you po, Ms. Rina, and to all our ISO committee leads. For the audit plan and audit itinerary, this will be presented by Mr. Benjamin Natividad. However, before this, let's address po muna yung mga concerns that were raised during the presentation of our ISO committees. Sige po. To our ISO committee leads, I will be reading the questions na lang po, and then hopefully we can address yung concerns ng ating mga participants. So I think there are only 2 questions for na na-release kanina. So from Mr. John Piermont Montilla of FO6. So ang weak point daw po natin sa ating DSWD organizational knowledge is that we do not have an intellectual property policy pursuant to Republic Act number 8293 or yung protecting authorships and contributorships. But I do not know if compliance or regulatory requirements set by law will be included by the auditor. Ms. Presi, would you like to say something regarding this po?
Yes, Ms. Donna. So naka-pipeline naman po sa amin yung development nga ng Nakita na rin namin na concern yan on KM. So naka-pipeline yan sa bureau para makapag-develop tayo ng intellectual property policy related guidelines naman for DSWD. Ayan po. And hindi rin nga natin alam kung i-include siya ng auditor as a requirement. Pero yun, sa ngayon, magde-develop pa lang tayo ng isang policy for that. And for Ms. Donna, continue ko na dun sa next question.
Yes po, Ma'am Presi. Sige po.
And for the from FO1 kay Ma'am Anelli, I noticed that the SOP from Caraga is still registered at FO QMS. Will it be registered to overall documents controller? If yes, then it will become the DSWD-wide SOP. So pwede pong gawin dito is i-review po natin yung yung SOP ng Caraga kasi during the presentation nabanggit lang natin na based on the parang cascading of the KM policies na yung ginawa and gumawa yung region ng SOP niya based on the approved policies. So tingnan po natin yung din ulit, i-review natin yung SOP ng Caraga and pwede po nating tingnan if pwede din siyang mag-apply as a DSWD-wide SOP, especially for the region. So yun po yung pwede namin gawin tungkol dyan. Ayan po. Yun lang po, Ms. Donna.
Thank you po. Thank you, Ms. Presi. So next po, this is a question for our ODC or AODC, Ms. Chill. So si Sir John din po yung nagtanong nito during your discussion. His question is kung saan daw po makikita yung IQA na obsolete procedure. Ayun po, Ms. Chill.
Just wanna confirm with the question. Are you asking for the saan yung obsolete na na-file hard copy itself or the procedure on the obsolete copies po, papaano tayo, ano yung procedure natin when it comes to obsolete copy. Ano po doon, sir? Can you, clarify po? Thank you.
Yung obsolete po, ma'am, para malalaman namin kung saan baka mag-audit kami ng obsolete pa rin yung gagamitin namin. Yun lang.
Opo. Bali po yung ating obsolete ang revision 00 po ng ating IQA is nagbigay po siya noong July 14. While for the revision 01, nagbigay naman po siya noong October 11 po. At in-acknowledge naman po ito ng ating mga field offices, RMOs, if this is already received po ng kanilang FO. So yung iba, nakapag-return na sa amin ng register copy holder. So meaning, may mga ilan na po sa ating mga FO na nakapag-receive na nung aming dinesseminate noong October 11 via courier service po namin. So nag-aalat kami ng gano'n ng mga 3 to 5 working days po bago ma-receive po yon ng ating FOs from October 11. So, panigurado na, nandiyan na po yun sa inyo. October 25 na po ngayon. So, you can check po that with your FO document custodian po.
Sige po. Thank you po. Sorry po. Akala ko
Thank
kasi
you
available kasi siya sa ISO site, yung mga obsolete. Hindi siya pala ma-access doon, no?
Yung nasa resource site natin, sir, is yung revised version na po yung aming mga naka-upload na po doon, sir, na mga SOPs and forms po. Na-update po namin para hindi na magamit yung mga obsolete revision po, ganun po. Kasi minsan nagagamit pa rin nila yung mga Oo, so tatanggalan namin yun sa site. Katulad po nung nakaraan, nagkaroon tayo ng maintenance ng ating site. So, inayos namin sila, inorganize natin ang ating site. Ayan, so maganda, mabilis na po siyang makikita whenever may mga gusto po kayong hanapin na sa the SOP, per OBS na siya, naka-organize na, ganun po. You can visit our site po. Thank you, bye! Apo.
Thank you, Ms. Chill and Sir John. So, Ms. Chill, another question or concern po ito from Ms. Esmeralda Duque. Sabi na, can you provide guidance when it comes to the soft copy na nakascan copy or example po for easy access ng kanilang files na mga nakascan?
For scan, nakalagay kasi sa ating SOP maintained documented information ng ating mga control copy po kasi is being safe keep po ng ating document custodian, ng ating FO document custodian at ng ating clustered document custodian. Sila lamang ang may mga kopya niyan sa CO at sa FO. So, binigyan namin ng tagi-isa lang ang bawat cluster, tagi-isa lang ang bawat FO kasi mahirap magkaroon ng findings as to the retrieval. Kapag binigyan natin lahat-lahat, isa-isa ng mga process owner, nagkakawala. Na-experience na po namin yan sa GASI. So what we did is, per cluster na po yung bigayan namin. And during the meeting of document custodian, we informed them paano sila magkakaroon ng copy. So through the document custodian, the cluster FO document custodian will scan that control copy for the audit reference only. But for the other reference lang, pwede naman nilang makuha yun sa site. Pwede nilang i-download yun sa site. But for the audit reference only, kasi kailangan nga natin na ang ibibigay natin sa auditor ay controlled copy. Yun, that's the time na kinakailangan na bibigyan rin ng scanned copy yung mga process owner. So, for example, ang MTA, sino mga process owner ng mga yan? Siyempre, yung ating Protective Management Bureau and then the FO counterpart. So, huwag natin bibigyan ng finance SOP ang mga PMB dahil hindi naman sila yung process owner. So, kung sino process owner ng control copy na yan, siyang bibigyan ng document custodian. For example, yung mga AS na mga SOP. So, i-turn over yan, i-forward ang scan copy sa AS, sa administrative division, counterpart sa FO, ganun po. So, hindi dapat lahat ibibigay kung hindi naman sila yung process owner. Ganun po. Kasi limited po dapat yung ating control copy lang. So, for scanning alone lang yan, scan alone lang, no printing po, nakalagay po sa ating maintained documented SOP.
Thank you po, Ms. Sheil.
Thank you
There's
po.
another concern from Ms. Cheryl Mainar ng PMB. So they have received concerns daw po that the DRM is not being used in some field offices, and it resulted that the presentation ng mga documents na walang DRM during the mock audit. So this concern is already included sa kanilang action plan, but they are requesting the assistance of ICTMS regarding this concern. I think we have representatives from ICTMS, Ms.
Day,
May.
sa pangkida.
Okay po. So, our representatives from ICTMS shall be taking note of this concern po. So, lastly po, this is a question from Sir Harvey Calabio of FO Mimaropa. As to the new forms cascaded, may insignia po na nakalagay sa mga forms. So, they are asking if kailangan daw po bang i-register ang mga insignias ng mga FOs. Ms. Jill?
Opo, nakalagay po doon sa ating box na insignia ay kinakailangan ng ating logo doon is syempre registered. I'm not sure if it's registered by the sa ating SMS, ganon. So, kinakailangan yung ating insignia doon ay registered po. Huwag po tayo maglalagay doon ng insignia na hindi po siya registered. Miss Donna, as to the process of registration, I'm not sure with the SMS. Do we have any representative from SMS to guide them po on this matter? Thank you.
I think regarding this, no, Ms. Chill, and to all of our field offices, meron pong memorandum na ni-release or in-issue ang ating SMS regarding the official insignia of our field offices. So the field offices may design their own insignias or FO logos po, and then this will be vetted ng ating SMS and then endorsed to the Secretary for approval. So once na-approve po ito ni Secretary, then this can be used po dun sa ating mga registered forms po. Thank you po. So,
Miss Donna,
yes po.
ano ko din, in addition to that, kung meron na tayong regional logo, nakatabi ng ating DSWD logo, just to confirm, meron kasi nila sa ating mga FOs is may mga programs pa sila. So, saan nila ipi-place? Meron kasi ako na-encounter na ganun, Cray. Saan nila ipi-place ngayon yung kanilang program logo? Is it in the left side?
Ms. Shil, ano po siguro, we'll discuss this muna po,
Ayan,
kasi
opo.
meron din questions regarding this, but maybe we can invite our ODC din and other representatives ng mga concerned offices regarding this question.
Thank
So,
you.
para din po clear muna sa ating lahat, no, before we can issue guidance dun sa ating mga field offices. So, with that, I think in response po dun sa question kanina ni Ms. Cheryl, no, from Sir Lex Armenia of ICTMS. So, ang sabi niya po ay that the ICTMS is in coordination with the RAMD and will provide technical assistance po sa concern ng PMB. So, thank you po for your response, Sir Lex Armenia. So I think that would be all for the questions and concerns raised during the presentation of our ISO committees. So okay pa po ba tayo? Nag-information overload na ba? Kaya naman po, no? Naniniwala naman po kami na kayang-kaya natin itong ating certification audit. So, wow, sabi ni FO11, kaya pa daw, of course. Naniniwala po kami sa kakayahan ng manpower ng DSWD, no? Kayang-kaya natin na maipasa itong ating ISO certification. And don't worry po, after this certification briefing, we will be providing also cue cards to everyone kung saan nakikita po ninyo doon yung mga tips and guidelines kung paano po tayo paano tayo mag-scan, paano natin ipo-provide yung ating mga soft copies, how do we maximize yung ating Zoom platform for the online audit, and then ano po yung ating mga possible questions for each of the clauses ng QMS, ano yung mga pwede natin isagot, and possible MOV. So yung mga binigay po naming MOVs doon are only suggestions, no, but based on the documents that you have, you can also add means of verification for these questions, no. So sige po, we will be providing these cue cards after this audit certification briefing, and that we hope na na magamit natin itong cue cards na to, no, and that this will be very useful po sa ating stage 1 audit. So with that po, let us proceed with the presentation naman po or updates dun sa ating audit plan and audit itinerary. So for the audit plan and audit itinerary, as of now, we still do not have our official certifying body, no. But relative to this, we prepared po yung ating target po sana na makonduct yung ating or tentative schedule ng ating stage 1 and stage 2 certification audit. So very near na po tayo, no, sa pag-procure ng ating certifying body, and as soon as we have our audit plans and audit itinerary, we will be sharing this to everyone for your reference po at para makapag-prepare din po tayo ng ating mga documents. So for the stage 1 audit, this is tentatively scheduled for November 5. And for this stage 2 audit, this is tentatively scheduled for November 8 to 26, 2021. So kung mapapansin nyo po, medyo mas mahaba yung ating stage 2 certification audit, no? Kasi this is the last external audit na before we are conferred with the ISO 9001:2015 certification. So ito yung medyo mas detalyado, and that this will be the audit that will verify kung tayo ba talaga ay ISO certified or ready for our ISO certification. And I hope na through this audit certification briefing ay makapag-prepare po tayo at maging ready talaga tayo, no, for our stage 1 and stage 2 audit. So next po. So I know na marami po sa atin ang kinakabahan, ano, kasi ang dami nang sinabi ng ating ISO committees, ang daming sinabi na ng ating ISO consultant, no. So since most of our field offices will be, or all of our field offices rather, will be audited during the certification or external certification audit, we invited 2 of our ISO certified field offices to share naman yung kanilang experience para naman ma-alleviate yung ating mga kaba, lalo na yung ating mga field offices, no. So, and also inspire us dun sa kanilang nangyaring external certification audit. So with that po, I am inviting Ms. Arda Anlini Ferrer of FO1 to share yung kanilang best practices and tips for the certification audit. Arda Anlini.
Hello, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po.
Malinaw po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Malinaw po. Thank you. So, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Our ISO journey in Field Office 1 actually started in 2015. So it was about 3 years or 3 or 4 years before we were able to have the certification finally last February of 2019. So medyo marami po kaming mga ano po kasi noon pinagdaanan na kumbaga nahinto-hinto. So, but why we were able to finally achieve the certification probably we can attribute this to some of the practices that we were consistently doing at the field office. So first, some best practices on the next slide. And so when we decided to pursue with the certification in 2018, we did a massive and systematic ISO awareness sessions for all field office staff. Ginawa po natin ito in various venues such as RMANCO meetings or NRNDC meetings. We also did this in division meetings, center staff meetings, RPMOs and COO meetings, and we also issued memorandum as well as advisories. So, meron kaming ginamit na uniform na presentation for the ISO awareness sessions for all staff, regardless of position at the designate or position in employment status. So there we defined yung how each staff can contribute to the quality management system sa pamamagitan po ng pag-perform ng sarili lang nilang expected na functions and those that are committed in their individual performance contracts. And second po na good practice po natin is that FO1 was able to establish an ISO core team. So this team was established to train, do the documentation of the quality management system procedures. They conducted re-echo trainings for other staff, conduct the awareness sessions, facilitate logistics and resources needed, and all other things that are required by the standard. So this ISO core team is divided into planning, documentation, training and education, and then the internal quality audit team. And of course, we have a dedicated staff as ISO focal person or secretariat, so that all these things will be integrated and will be sustained. So, and another good practice or one of our best practices, and so sa next slide po, is that the field office had consistently been a citizen-centric office. With the implementation of the citizen-centric services in the field office 1, which rooted when the field office acquired its ISO 9001:2015 certification. Its aim is to continuously level up service delivery to provide ultimate customer satisfaction to clients. Business processes that are streamlined prior to the certification were also sustained as well as increased alongside the implementation of the Field Office 1 Citizens Charter. So this strategy was able also to pave the way for us to have the accreditation by civil service as Prime HRM Level 2 in 2019. Before kasi kami nagpa-certify sa ISO, we were able to streamline some of the processes. That's why we were accredited by CSC as Prime HRM Level 1 in 2018. So na-sustain po yon, tapos naging Level 2 na siya in 2019. And also consistently we were abiding with all the required compliance by the EODB. So basically, ginawa namin talagang in-streamline lahat ng business processes. These were all documented, and ginawa po siya not only as compliance to the EODB, but also sabay na po siya doon sa compliance sa ISO. That's why we were not only able to sustain the QMS certification at the field office, but we were able to expand or extend the certification to all our centers and residential care facilities. So all the 5 centers and residential care facilities are also ISO certified. So yun po yung aming mga best practices. Some of the tips, medyo practical lang po itong ibibigay namin na tips. So marami na pong nabanggit yung ating mga kasama as well as our consultant, but this based on our experience. So number 1 is we do have to be well prepared. So we should gather all necessary documented information, hard copy and electronic, to be used as objective evidences and ensure accessibility during the audit. Second is we obtain a copy of the audit plan or scope and share it to all auditees. The certification body will be providing their own audit plan based on our set audit plan also. And then meron din po silang mga expectations as well as objectives. And so kailangan po nating makita yon, especially kung ano yung exact time at saka anong mga offices ang nakaschedule sa kanila. And then third, we should assign a team to assist the auditees. So ang ginawa po namin sa field office, all the internal quality auditors are assigned to all process owners or auditees during the certification audit. Tapos yung mga IQA members, sila po yung nag-a-assist sa mga auditees. So this is to ensure that all documented information are given or sent to the auditor on time. May experience din po kami sa remote auditing, yung sa virtual. So talagang real time po siya. If they ask for a document, then kailangan po siyang maibigay sa agad. And that's why ito po yung fourth, we have to check our ICT equipment. We should ensure that they are functional. We have good internet connection prior the audit para po naka-ready tayo. So can I request for the next slide para dun sa continuation naman those. So fifth, we have to ensure that our workplace is 7S compliant even if the audit is virtual. So syempre, kailangan komportable din po yung mga auditees. Madali lang pong ma-access yung mga documents at saka may experience kami na may auditor na nagpa-video ng workplace. So mas maigi na po yung maayos po din yung ating workplace. And then number 6, answer only what is being asked to be direct to the point and be direct to the point. Ayan, wag po tayong magpaligoy-ligoy. Tas we should not, ayan, mamaya, explain ko po yun. And then during the audit, we should relax, smile, be articulate, and show confidence. Confidence that we know the context of our organization, we know our targets, we know our quality policy, and our own processes. And then lastly, we should be courteous and professional. If there are questions or comments that are not clear, we should ask clarification. Aray. So, dito na po tayo sa don'ts. Yung mga medyo practical po na gagawin. So may I request po the previous slide to be shown. So number 1 na bawal pong gawin is based on our experience, don't mention matters that are not documented or backed up by a documented information. Importante pong documented yung mga information natin. Pero nabanggit po ng ating consultant kanina, if we are really sure that it's compliant, then we can mention it. Probably magiging good observation po siya siguro kung talagang ano po siya, compliant po siya sa QMS. Second, na magandang gawin is to raise matters that are not necessary and not connected with the auditor's questions. case para hindi naman po ma-offend yung ating mga auditors at hindi po sila ma-distract. And then let's not let the auditor wait. Himbawa po, pag may hininging documented information, kailangan maibigay po siya immediately. Hindi po yung after few hours pa. Kasi magkakaroon na po yun na, maimamarka na niya yun na findings po sa atin, posible po siyang maging non-conformance. And then fourth, we should not provide extraneous or unrequested information. So kung hindi naman po tinanong, especially if this information are you think not in conformance with the standards, hindi na po sana siya binabanggit. So next, sa next slide na po tayo, ma'am. Ayan. Ayan. We should not argue with our auditors. Halimbawa, if you feel that auditors are not within the context of our organization, hindi po kailangan na parang ipagpilitan sa kanila na ganito dapat yon. We can always request for a time for you to explain. Pwede naman po yung ganun. Especially kapag meron pong time din na binigay si auditor natin na kung tatanungin niya din kasi tayo, meron ba tayong gustong i-explain na hindi nila na-capture. So, that will be the good timing para po maipakita natin yung point natin. And then next, we should not assume that the auditors understand our jargons and acronyms used peculiar to our organization. So, sa DSWD po, ang dami po nating acronyms. Kahit tayo po na mga matagal na, ay marami pa rin pong mga foreign sa atin. So we should always, we should not assume that they understand everything that we are saying. And lastly, very important, we should not come late during the audit, especially kung yung time na sinet po. So mas maaga po dapat tayong available bago po yung ating auditor. So ayan po yung aming from Field Office 1. I hope that this simple presentation will be of help to other field officers. So thank you very much po and good day.
Thank you po, Arda Annie and FO1 for sharing your experiences po during the conduct of your certification audit. And we appreciate your support po din sa ating mga kapwa field offices, no? And I hope na yung ating mga field offices ay nabuhayan ng loob, no, para sa ating external audit. Kasi yun nga po, no, naranasan na ito ng ating FO1 and FO Caraga. So we hope na yung experience naman ng ating field offices ay very very good din para sa ating mga FOs. So next po, and our last presenter to share yung kanilang experiences with external certification audit. Ito pong field office na to ay na-certify sa ISO 9001-2008 noong December 12, 2015, and they applied for recertification for 9001-2015 naman po for last December 19, 2018. So ngayon, kasama pa rin natin ang kanilang field office sa ating ISO journey. Let's welcome Field Office Caraga.
Hello, good afternoon po. This is Dave Carlo, the previous IQA head of FO Caraga. So allow me to share our best practices and tips for the certification audit. As you all know that FO Caraga has been certified by ISO 9001 versions 2008 and 2015 version, and we opted not to continue our recertification for 2015 because we participated with the agency-wide ISO journey. So next slide, please. So allow me to share the best practices of FO Caraga. First is that we created the FO Quality Management team, no, as the same as the FO1 has undertaken. No? So basically, the selection of those teams to be, or the staff to be assigned in the ISO core team are based on their current existing functions, and as well as we really ensure that all the staff that is being assigned as part of the core team are competent and well trained. Next slide, please. And also, all of the staff that has been selected as a member of the core team, and also the top management and division chiefs, and some of the members of the Regional Management Development Conference, has been trained, no, in terms of the full awareness of the quality management system, wherein during the full awareness training, the basic quality concept and the requirement of the standards has been oriented to us and has been cascaded, as well as the overview of the scope of the QMS and the step-by-step process to successfully set up the quality management system. Next slide, please. Also, part of our good practices that the field office ensures to continually cascade the quality management system and as well as the quality policy, even during section meetings, program meetings, and during the Regional Management Development Conference meetings, the ARMANCO meetings, and even during General Assembly, we cascaded the quality management, ensuring that all of the staff can familiarize their contribution and align their functions to the quality policy, and as well as they will be able to articulate their tasks and roles in terms of the quality management system of the field office. Next slide, please. And also, no, we from the field office Caraga has established all the process maps, all of the services of the programs offered by the regional office has crafted each their own process maps, no. So basically in accordance also to the EODB, and as well as in terms of the streamlining of the business process. Good thing that all prior to our ISO journey, there was already an ISO orientation in terms of the business process review. So the output of the business process serves as an input in terms of crafting the SOP, or the standard operating procedures, for each of the programs and sections that has services to be offered. Next slide. And also during the course of audit, no, we really ensure that the third-party auditors has a comfortable space and audit area. So para engaging po talaga during the course ay yung discussions po. But I don't know if this is still applicable nowadays, considering also that the external audit or the surveillance audit is through virtual. But on the side of the FO Caraga, during that time, it was face-to-face. So we provided a comfortable space for audit and working area for all the third-party auditors. Next slide, please. And also, we allow the third-party auditors, no, to actually observe the process. Say, for example, the conducted an actual observation in terms of the processing of the assistance to individual in crisis situations. Next po. So these are the do's and don'ts during the certifications. First, as the same of the FO1 as mentioned by Arda, know that be prepared. No, preparing for the audit, it really takes time and effort. We have already known ahead of time that the schedule of the audit. So basically, we don't have we have the time to prepare for all the necessary documents and preparations needed for the audit. Also, those is make a good impression, no, during the course of the audit. Treat the auditors professionally and with utmost respect. Next slide, please. Also, during the course of audit, ensure that that your workplace is organized, including your desk. No, so as being mentioned a while ago, that we have to ensure the 7 Is. and also ensure that all of the necessary documented information is already prepared and set up in your table so that during the course of audit, hindi na po tayo maghahanap pa po ng mga documents. So it's good na ready na po lahat ng documents during the course of audit. And also during the course of audit, be calm, no, and be relaxed because the auditors are not looking for a perfect implementation of QMS. They are also there to provide opportunities for improvement for us to successfully implement the quality management system of our field offices and as well as the central office. Next po. Then also have the confidence to answer what you know and have the same confidence to say, I don't know when you are not sure. No, so mas mabuti po kasing wag na lang po natin dagdagan yung sasabihin natin or just to answer the question of the auditor. So it's better na to say you don't know the answer for that particular questions to be raised by the external auditor. Next slide, please. Also, listen to what the auditor is trying to find or understand. They are not insiders, so could have a lot of questions to understand with the DSWD, but try to explain in a logical and step-by-step manner as to in terms ano po yung tinatanong nila in terms of actually lahat na naman po ng tinatanong nila is along with the process. So basically, if you are turf muna po talaga yan as the process or the auditee in terms of how to answer and in terms of the ano po talaga yung process ng specific services na to be rendered by your specific program or unit. So also show up to date records or minutes of reports. Hindi po yung say for example they will be asking for the copy of the minutes of the meeting. Mas mabuti po yung recent po na ano kaya compared if they will be auditing this year's ano po yung ngayon po na year, hindi po yung previous years or ano pa po backwards na mga dates. So basically show up to date records and minutes or any documented informations that is being required by or asked by the external auditor. And lastly, we have to one of the tips also is since we already have our own risk register and as well as the risk treatment plan, and as we all know that 9001 2015 version is a risk-based approach. So basically, one of the tips for all of the auditees is to familiarize the risk registers and as well as if in case mas mabuti po na ma-familiarize natin and so that we could be able to explain well in terms of the follow or the risks that we have identified in and reflected in our risks register. So let's proceed with the don'ts. So may I ask on the first slide of the do's and don'ts. Also the don'ts no first is do not procrastinate po. Do not procrastinate. The sooner we begin to prepare, the more successful it will be. Since again, as we all know that the audit itinerary is already given, so provided that it is already meron na po tayong schedule, so we have an ample time to prepare. So don't procrastinate. Next is be predisposed. So don't be obviously tense. I know that we cannot control that there are times, especially for face-to-face, no, na during the time, ano po talaga tayo tense, but as much as control your nerves and keep calm. Next po. Don't store unnecessary files, scratch papers in the cabinet. No, as experience of the field office, we brought them home and somewhere else outside the FO premises kasi lalo na during if face-to-face yung pag-conduct ng surveillance audit ng third party, tumitingin talaga yung sila sa mga gilid-gilid sa mesa kung is it properly or is it organized po yung natin table or desk. So next also, as being discussed a while ago, no, na one of the tips also is not to retain the obsolete copy of documents. Say for example, in the case of the field office Caraga, all of the obsolete copies of documents were all program handlers and as well as the focals are instructed and directed by the um, regional director to submit all their obsolete file copies to the document controller. So during the course of audit, during the time po sa amin pag-conduct ng surveillance audit, yung ano po is na wala na po talaga kaming copy. So ensure that prior to the schedule of audit, ensure that all of the obsolete copies of SOPs or any forms or documents, kindly ensure that all of those are properly disposed. Also, don't worry about what the auditor will find, especially that we have already undergone the first stage of surveillance audit wherein they have already provided us the initial findings. No, so basically, we are given the chance during the time to correct and implement the findings before the stage 2 audit. So hindi na po tayo bago kasi kung ano po talaga yung ano nila ginawa ng conduct during the first surveillance audit, the same as pa rin din po yung hahanapin nila during the second audit. And good thing also that we have already have the basic knowledge on terms of ano po yung findings po nila. Next po. The same also, no, as it also being discussed by Arda, Annie a while ago, that don't make up answers or accomplishments or records to sound good, because they will be asking for a documented information or evidence every time you speak or every time there's a particular activity or undertaken based on your process affiliated in your SOP. They will be requiring you for such evidence. So don't make up any answers or accomplishments. Also, one of the don'ts is don't tag other sections or office when you don't know the answer. Say for example, nagkamali po kasi yung budget section, ganyan. So don't name drop or dropping or tagging any other sections or office to avoid another findings or observations from the third-party auditors. Next po. Give document that is not asked for. No, don't give a document that is not asked for. Also, don't disclose that something went wrong if not being asked. No, to avoid further issuances of nonconformities or findings or observations. Also, don't show unsigned documents or records as evidence. Say, for example, they will be asking for your, tapos parang nataranta ka po during the time ng pagkanak ng audit. So, just, yung nabigay niyo po is yung bagong printed and not the unsigned. So, just, just a reminder also to don't show unsigned documents. And lastly, don't mention difficulties in the implementation of the quality management system, because they are there to also to provide opportunities for improvement of those pag nakikita po nila na meron po talagang need to improve the existing quality management service of the particular section or program. I think that would be all, and once again, maayong hapon kanatong tanan.
Thank you po, Sir Bennett Dave Calo of FO Caraga for also sharing your tips and guidance po during the conduct ng ating certification audit. So with that, we will proceed. I think yung ating mga questions po kanina are already addressed, no? But if there are other questions pa po that you would like to raise, this is the time po, no? So para ma-maximize natin yung ating preparation for the certification audit. So you can unmute your microphones po kung gusto pa ninyong magtanong or meron pang other concerns that you want to be clarified on or to ask po dun sa ating consultants, sa ating mga ISO committees. So sige po, the floor is open for other questions, clarifications, and concerns po. Wala nang nagtatanong. Clear na po ba tayong lahat? I hope nakatulong po sa ating preparation itong ating activity today, no? Ayan, Sir Michael, may pahabol siyang tanong. For clarification, ano daw po ba talaga ang magaganap during the stage 1 audit at sino-sino ang i-audit during the stage 1? Sir Henry, would you like to answer this question po?
Okay, so I mentioned that earlier, no, in my presentation, that the one that will basically be audited during the station audit are the QMR, Deputy QMR, Document Controller, and Internal Quality Audit Head. No? So basically, sila lang yung na-audit unless the auditor would request a certain process owner to be asked weekly lang. Pero basically, station audit, almost walang interface yun with the different offices. So stage 2 lang yung talagang matindi, but not stage 1.
Thank you, Sir Henry. I hope, yes, na-clarify yung tanong ni Sir Michael. So, meron pa po ba tayong ibang tanong, concerns, clarifications from our participants today? Mukhang wala na po akong naririnig na nag-open ng mic at nag-chat sa ating chat box, no?
This is Donna.
So,
Donna?
Yes po, ma'am.
Donald, Cynthia po from the Standards Bureau.
Yes po.
We would just like to clarify. Meron po kaming letter sa inyo on our submitted SOP. We need po sana your advice. Meron na rin po kaming follow up doon. So kasi hanggang ngayon po hindi pa approve yung SOP and ang standards po ay may 16 SOPs. So may mga clarification po kami doon sa letter namin na sana po masagot lamang po kami. Salamat po, and meron din po kaming tinatanong doon on the cascading ho kasi nga ho may ka-counterpart ang standards na standard division po sa field offices kasi yung 16 SOPs po ngayon kalahati din po ay sa kanila, kumbaga tig-8 po kami. So who will do the cascading? Yun po yung mga tanong namin in our letter to ASEC na hinihintay pa po namin until now your sagot po. Salamat po.
Thank you po, Ma'am Cynthia. So actually we have drafted na yung response namin sa inyo pong memo dun sa inyong letter. No? We are just in the process of reviewing kung adequate ba yung aming mga sagot. No? And that we hope na kung ipadala na po namin po sa inyo that you will be clarified dun sa mga questions that you raised po doon. So, we will be issuing na po yung aming response. No? And pasensya na rin po if medyo may kaunting delay with our response. So, we just have to review properly kung na-address ba namin ang inyong concern po. So, ayun po.
Salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you po. So,
Donna?
Opo.
Yeah, RD Maris of FO3.
Yes po, ma'am.
Suggestion lang po for consideration. In preparation po siguro sa stage 2 kasi kanina sabi po ni Sir Henry doon sa stage 1 mayroon lang selected lang talaga na ma-involve pero I assume sa stage 2 po talaga marami yung makukover. Baka po makakatulong na yung mga SOPs po na may marami tayong NC at saka opportunity for improvement, magkaroon ng further discussion po yung CO, office process owner, with the counterpart sa region. Kasi yun po yung parang na-observe namin na nakukulangan tayo ng parang teamwork yung office process owner sa CO with the field office counterpart.
Thank you po, ma'am. So this is duly noted po, and I think this is a very good suggestion po, no, that makapag-discuss yung ating mga CO process owners with the FO counterparts para kung merong mga questions and clarifications din po ang counterparts with the specific procedures ay ma-address din po. So thank you for your suggestion po, and we'll take note of this, and if we can facilitate no, or magkaroon ng initiative to conduct these activities po. We will be assisting our process owners kung ano man po ang maitutulong ng QMT Secretariat. Ayan po. Si RD Resty po, with regards to the specific schedule per field offices po, malalaman po natin ito kapag meron na po tayong approved na audit itinerary and audit plan for the certification audit. So we will provide po yung copy nitong schedules na to kapag meron na po tayo ng ating audit plan and audit itinerary. So sa mga humihingi din po ng copy nitong presentations today, so we will be providing you copy of the presentations, and of course yung ating cue cards that you can use to review po yung mga SOPs and forms that you are using sa field office and sa inyong sa ating CO Ops po. So we will provide this after the activity through email po, and then yung recording po nitong ating activity will be posted sa ating ISO resource site. Sir Henry, sorry. May question po si Sir Jesse Ray ng FO CAR. Doon po ba sa sinabi niyo, sir, na QMR, IQA, Team Lead, and ODC, sa CO lang po ba daw ito or kasama rin po ang field offices?
Usually, CO lang yun. Unless, usually ganun ang nangyayari pag stage 1. Ano? Very limited yung interface with the people in the agency or organization. So, most likely, CO lang yung i-audit nila. Kasi, again, originally kasi, no, the approach of the certifying body was just to submit the documentation to them. Yun ang original nilang practice, no, sa stage 1. Padala mo yung quality manual, procedures, and then they do adequacy audit o yung tinatawag nilang desk audit, no? But over the years, nagbago yung approach nila, meron na silang minimal interface. In fact, before the pandemic, no, ang kanilang stage 1 audit ginagawa na at the office of the client. So dati kasi hindi off-site lagi 'yon. So pagka ganoon, so ang naging approach, no, pupunta sila noon bago mag-pandemic, pupunta sa office, tapos titingnan nila yung documentation, and then kung may mga questions sila, that's the time that they ask concerned people. Pero basically ang focus sa stage 1 yung documentation lang. So most likely during the stage 1 audit, ang magiging involved ng CO lang. I don't think they would interface with the FOs unless may documentation silang na-review na FO ang nag-i-implement, na pwedeng mag-ask sila ng clarification from a concerned FO. Pero again, most likely, magfo-focus lang sila sa CO. Again, that's based on my experience.
Thank you, Sir Henry. Another question po from Ms. Fe ng FO9. Meron daw po bang possibility na that an employee not part of the SOP or essential services within the scope of the audit be randomly selected as an auditee?
You mean auditee na hindi process owner? I mean, the auditee was asked of a process that he does not own or she does not own. Yun nga, hindi pwede yun kasi you will only be audited on the procedures or the processes that you own. Did I answer it correctly? Did I get it right, yung question?
I think pareho tayo ng understanding dun sa question, no, Sir Henry.
Kasi I
Pero baka
already-
si Ma'am Fe, baka merong ma-clarify niya yung kanyang tanong po. Sige, sir. Bali, ano na lang muna, sir. I think yung tanong naman, sir, ay nasagot naman ni Sir Henry yung tanong po ni Ms. Fe, ano. So, can we proceed po with other questions kung wala na pong clarification si Ms. Fe? So, si Ma'am Lay ng ICPMS, kung mabibigyan daw po ba ang mga offices ng heads up kung sila na ang i-audit kahit at least 2 hours prior to the audit. Yes, ma'am. As I've mentioned earlier, no, kapag na-finalize na po yung ating audit, yung audit plan or audit itinerary ng ating certifying body, so ipoprovide po yun sa atin, and in turn, we will be providing also copy sa ating mga process owners and field offices para ma-heads up din po natin kayo, no, sa magiging schedule ng inyong audit. So, hopefully, hindi naman 2 hours prior, hopefully, at least a week prior the activity ay makapag-provide na tayo ng information and the schedule of the audit. So, right now, hindi pa po natin ma-confirm kung virtual or face-to-face since wala pa po tayong certifying body, but most probably this is going to be a virtual audit po, no? So kasi yung ating health and safety protocols, kailangan po nating sundin, and that I think the certifying body will provide us information regarding this po. Sir Henry, sorry, may question pa po ulit from FMS. So, ang OFI daw po ba ay part of the corrective action or major and minor non-conformity lang po ang dapat may corrective action?
Okay, in practice, usually ang major and minor non-conformities lang yung kailangan ng corrective actions, no? Unless yung OFIs na ni-raise is considered a potential non-conformity. So that's the time that you prepare a corrective action to prevent it to happen. Pero in most cases, kung nilagay lang kasi na consider ganito, so it does not really require CAR. Pag ang OFIs are stated in a more of recommendatory statement.
Thank you, Sir Henry. I think we have the last question po sa chat box, and then we'll proceed po dun sa mga nag-raise ng hands. So there's a question po from FO11. So ang tanong po niya ay, should there be an instance na hihingi ng evidence si auditor that is confidential in nature, for example, personality or IQ exam? How should our auditees or our field offices and our process owners respond to this po?
Okay, so 2 things to handle questions that are confidential, no, in nature. Una-una is to show the evidence, pero takpan mo yung part na, kasi kunyari, personality test or exam, no? One way to handle that, if that's really confidential, is maybe a checklist, pre-employment requirement checklist, tapos naka-check doon na the person underwent the personality test. So the result of the test may not be shown, no? The checklist already is enough as evidence na nag-undergo siya ng personality test and that he or she passed the test, no? Or kung hindi man yun ang approach, pwedeng ipakita mo yung document, whatever document, confidential document would that be, pero takpan mo lang yung part na confidential. So kung that is feasible, then that could be acceptable. Of course, the auditor naman will respect, no, kung ano yung sinabi nating, kung ang document na hiningi nila ay confidential, so they would always say, o sige, kahit yung title na lang ng document ang makikita ko. That would be acceptable if again, if that's confidential.
Thank you, Sir Henry. So, sige po, let us proceed with those raising their hands po, and then i-address po natin later on yung mga nasa YouTube po dahil naka-live stream din tayo. So, Arda Myla is raising her hand. Ma'am, do you have a question po?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, Sir Henry. There were 3 audit exercises we did. Ito po yung walkthrough, the IQA, and the mock audit. For the FO, we are to issue the CAR and the OFIs for the IQA. How about po the walkthrough and the mock audit? Will there be a CAR and OFIs to be issued, and who will issue those documents, sir?
Okay. Hindi ko, wait as far as my memory is concerned, for the, kasi unless we make it official in our QMS, that's the time that we require you to prepare the CAR. No? Like the IQA is an official activity, meaning that that is really a requirement that you have to conduct IQA, so therefore CAR is automatically, our CAR should automatically be prepared, no, for all the findings raised in the IQA. But in as far as the walkthrough audit and the mock audit are concerned, the agency should decide if that is part of your official activity in your QMS journey or not, no. So therefore, if it's not an official audit, meaning that hindi naman kailangang ipakita yun sa auditor, so you don't need to prepare a CAR for that. I think Donna or anyone from the QMT could add into my statement, please.
Thank you po, Sir Henry. So, wala. Sige po.
Okay. I think somebody from the QMT, no? I think you are required. All the offices, FOs and CO are requiring, no, for the findings in the walkthrough and mock audit, you are required to prepare the CAR. Tama, no? Because part of the deliverables in our part, no, is to review the adequacy of the CARs in the walkthrough audit and in the mock audit. So I think you are required, no? So yun ang hindi pa natin na-check, no? I think hindi pa na-check ng team namin, no, in as far as your mock audit CAR is concerned.
Sir Henry?
Yes, sir.
Sir, from FO CAR, yung konting update lang po din doon, because yung mock and walkthrough, basically parang isa lang din yung tatamaan ng CAR nung IQA. So parang hindi na rin po sila nagdoble-doble kasi kung ano po yung nakita doon sa mock and walkthrough, yun na rin po yung na-issue ng CAR during IQA. For info lang po. Parang minsan ang findings doon sa audits ng consultant ay N, small m, dito sa amin sa IQA, OFI lang. So hindi kami nag-mature into major. So parang ganun po, sir, ang nangyari. Yun lang po, because we complied with the memorandum before October 15 na mag-issue ng CAR for such 3 kinds of audits.
Okay, sige, ganito, no. I'd like to correct that, no. Hindi kasi pwede na, kasi all of those audits, the 3 audits, were performed one at a time. I mean, one after the other. So in other words, kung nakita itong issue na to during the walkthrough audit and then nakita ulit sa IQA, it's actually something alarming. Kung kayo si process owner at nakita ni IQA yung nakita ng walkthrough auditor, you have to be alarmed because that is a ground for raising a major nonconformity. Kung ako yung next na nag-audit, Kasi ang ayaw ng auditor na yung finding before ay hindi pa na-correct nung second auditor. I hope na nasundan ako, no? Kasi ibig sabihin, pinabayaan mo yung naunang finding. So you mentioned that during the IQA, it was only raised as, kunyari, during the walkthrough audit, the first audit, it was raised as a major issue. Pagdating sa IQA, nagiging OFI na lang yon. Hindi dapat ganun yon. Kung ako si auditor, the more na I will raise it as a major, kasi hindi nyo ginawa ng corrective action yon. And pagdating ng third audit, which is the mock audit, nandoon pa rin, talagang you are totally in trouble na. Ay pagdating ng final audit at nakita pa rin ulit yon, talagang medyo kakabahan tayo as agency. So please do not allow that to happen. Ano? So kung may finding anyone who does audit, whether internal to the agency or external to the agency, we need to be serious about taking corrective action. Kasi the corrective action is our tool for improvement. No? Ang ating battle cry is use the ISO as a platform to achieve improvement. So the CAR is actually our tool for improvement. So kung ano man yung finding na ni-raise, I hope that we will really be seriously taking the corrective action.
Yes,
so yun
sir.
lang. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin natin na kasi OFI na yung second auditor, na-raise nga siya as major ng naunang auditor.
Yes, sir. Meron na kasi siyang improvement from June, August, and September. Maybe that was the reason, sir. Meron naman
But the improvement or the corrective action that resulted to improvement, yung sinabi mo, should also be documented.
Yes, sir.
So dapat may CAR pa rin talaga doon sa walkthrough. Hindi natin pwedeng hitting 3 birds in one stone pagdating sa CAR. Kasi again, hindi naman sila simultaneously nangyari, one after the other. So kumbaga chronologically yun eh. So,
noted.
Okay.
Thank you po, Sir Henry. Sir Mark Gemro, you are raising your hand po.
Sige po. Na-note naman po namin sinabi ni Sir, when we did the CARs sa internal quality audit, tinignan namin yung walkthrough audit. Pero yung sa mock audit po kasi that was held recently, majority of the findings ay complied naman ni FO5. So for example, risk management, that was a finding, risk and control. Pero sa FO5, meron na kaming crafted na mga risk management and risk treatment plan at yung mga ROR kasi nauna kaming act on it. So hindi na po kami nag-issue ng CARs on it. Even yung sa janitorial services, we already had the review of the external services. Yung sa janitorial nga po. So wala din po kaming i-issue CAR doon. Do we still have to issue a CAR for that given na compliant naman na po kami?
Okay. So wala namang ni-raise na finding ang ating mock auditor. So wala tayong dapat i-raise na CAR.
Opo. So
walang CAR yun. Lahat lang naman ng i-raise ng auditor, whether it's during the mock audit or IQA walkthrough audit, lahat ng CAR dapat na yun may kaakibat na CAR. Pero kung
kahit
wala
system-wide siya, sir.
What in by system-wide?
Kasi parang ang lumabas doon, majority of the FOs, pero hindi naman si FO specific namin. So as long as if it's not FO specific, we do not have to craft a CAR for it.
Yeah, agree ako.
Okay po. Sige, thank you po.
Thank you po, Sir Mark and Sir Henry. With regards to other clarification regarding the audits that were conducted, no, may I call on Sir Ben Natividad, no? He is part of the QMT Secretariat and will provide other clarifications po regarding dun sa mga questions that were raised regarding sa audits. Sir Ben?
Yes po, hello po. Magandang hapon po sa lahat.
Hello, Ben.
Loud and clear po ba yung audio ko po?
Medyo mahina lang konti.
Yes po, Sir Henry, tama po yung ano sir, yung sinabi ni Sir Henry na we need to issue cars kasi ito ay requirement for improvement nga ng ating QMS. However, yun nga, si Sir Henry kasi hindi nakasama pero we agreed po last meeting with the Internal Quality Audit Committee, kasama po si Asek Rod, na lahat po ng cars or findings na the same yung findings, no? Tapos kung nagkaroon naman na po ng corrective action, and as of now ongoing po yung pag-correct nila doon sa findings po na yon, it's okay po na isang car na lang kasi almost the same sir yung findings. Now, yung question po kasi dito sa chat box din na isa, will the certifying body be looking at the findings of walkthrough and mock audit, or we will just show the IQA as the official one? Please be reminded po na kaya natin require na may corrective action yung mga findings ng walkthrough and mock audit is to ensure that all these findings will be addressed. Okay, so of course, mahirap po kasi na hindi natin i-implement yung continuous improvement na practice na itinuturo ng 9001 standard, which is the non-conformity and corrective action. So we are implementing yung isang standard ng ISO 9001, pero hindi naman po natin kailangan ipakita yung ating walkthrough and mock audit. This is part of our preparation po. So yung clarification po na number 1 is yung IQA committee po ay nakapag-meeting na, and it was agreed during the meeting, that's number 1, it was agreed during the meeting na the IQA shall ensure na yung mga findings po ay may proper corrective action. So to ensure na maa-address po yun. Alright. And number 2 po na clarification na nasa chat box is hindi po natin kailangang ipakita yung ating walkthrough and mock audit dahil it was conducted by our consultant. However, we required again yung ating car para ma-ensure na this will be addressed, okay, before the certification audit. Okay? Merong corrective action po siya. Ms. Donna, na okay na po ba? Or meron pa pong clarification na hindi po na sagot?
Thank you, Sir Ben. I think na-clarify naman yung mga questions, no? Sir Dennis, sige po, you can open your mic if you have questions.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Loud and clear po ba ako, ma'am?
Yes po, sir.
Clarification lang sa akin, ma'am, regarding risk registry and SWOT analysis. These are documents that I know are needed sa ISO audit. Kami sa FO12, ma'am, meron kaming risk registry and risk treatment plan na ginawa ang regional risk treatment plan, tsaka yun siya, risk treatment plan ng region. Pero at first kasi, ma'am, by process owner kami na nagkaroon ng naghanap kami ng racks kasi naging auditor ako, hindi lang ako nakapasa, pero ano na lang na mag-audit. Pero nung time na nag-audit ako, ang based on the audit plan and yung mga guide namin, parang naghanap kami ng racks bawat process owner. So nung na-assign ako sa MTA, nanapan ko sila ng rack. So ma'am, pagka during the ISO audit po ba na let's say stage 2, hahanapin ba, kunyari, let's go to FO12. Pag FO12 ba ang in-interview, tapos sa process ng MTA, hahanapin po ba yung racks ng isang process owner ng like let's say MTA instead of the risk treatment plan na ginawa nung risk treatment plan na ginawa ng region ng kabuuan na.
Thank you for the question, Sir Dennis. Sir Ben, would you like to answer this question po?
Thank you, Sir Dennis, pero medyo hindi po clear sa akin yung ano sir, yung are you asking two forms, tama po ba? RAC and RTP. So you're asking clarify ko lang po kung ang tinatanong niyo po ay kung hahanapin po ba yung RAC at RTP. Parang ganun po ba?
Okay, both sir. Bali at the same time, yung racks ng kasi we were tasked to submit the SWOT analysis and risk treatment plan. Ang risk treatment plan parang applicable as an FO, pero yung RTP ba applicable din dun sa isang process owner? So sige daw sir, dalawa daw yung question, yung isang RTP tsaka sa racks, and are they applicable as an FO or sa isang process owner lang hanapin yung racks?
Yes po sir. Actually sa pag-audit ng mga auditors natin, yan, during the audit of the operations, no, yung mga process natin, doon na rin nila hinahanap yung risk treatment plan sa process nila.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you po. Sir Mark, you are raising your hand po. Would you like to add sa sagot po ni Sir Ben?
Di ko lang po nababa, pero ang pagkakaintindi ko po kasi sa RTP, yun na po yung risk and control natin for DSWD. Sabi nga ni Sir, sabi ng ating consultant, hindi naman kailangan explicitly specify sana na may process tayo for risk and control as long as we identify our risks and we mitigate the risk, enough na sana yun. Pero since we already have the RTP and it functions as the same, so yun na po yung in-adapt ni DSWD na risk and control natin, and it can be per process. Kung makikita nyo po yung I think column 2, it's process, activity, program, or division ata yun. Yun po.
Okay, sir.
Thank you po, Sir Mark. So let's have one last comment or other info po regarding this question. No? Sir Paul, Jessie, you are raising your hand kanina po.
Hello po.
Yes, sir.
Actually, nabanggit na ni Sir Mark no, ng FO5 yung aking additional comment. Kasi nakalagay naman sa SOP na binabasa atin na the operational RTP should be done by process implementers. At nakalagay doon, ano pa siya, / no, it can be per process. Kaya yun, isusupport ko lang yung comment no o yung rejoinder ng ating kapatid sa FO5. Kasi kami dito sa FO, ginawa din namin is per process. And based naman sa mga kinandak na walkthrough audit and kahit doon sa ating MAC audit no, we were commended by our auditors no for having RTPs per process. So, thank you po.
Thank you po, Sir Paul. Sige po, let's have one last question po for our open forum. Pero I think yung question ni Sir John is already addressed by Sir Mark, no? Thank you, Sir Mark, for responding to the questions din po. So, do we have other questions or clarifications po regarding the conduct of the certification audit? Okay po, ay mukhang wala na po tayong concerns or clarifications, but you can use po the chat box kung mayroon po kayong mga gustong i-share. No, we are taking note of your comments po, no, para we can also share this with the participants after this activity po. So for now, puputulin na po muna natin ang open forum natin for this activity. But don't worry, if you still have questions or clarifications, you can always contact the QMT Secretariat for assistance, and we will provide as much assistance as we can po. No? So sige po, let us proceed with the closing remarks po to be delivered by our DSWD Quality Management Representative and our QMP PMT Team Lead, Assistant Secretary Rodolfo M. Santos.
Thank you very much, Donna. To our Honorable Secretary, Secretary Rolando Cerrito Di Bautista, to the members of the DNTSC and QMP PMTs, the regional directors, assistant regional directors, heads of the different offices, bureaus, and services, and their ISO quality management teams who are present here today, and to the DSWD ISO consultant, Mr. Henry Opalaca from the Quality Plus Management Consulting Company. A pleasant and safe afternoon to all. Before I proceed, let me thank our resource persons, of course, our Quality Plus resource person, the resource persons from the ISO committees and the ISO certified field offices of Field Office 1, and Caraga for contributing their insights and best practices for guidance of our DSWD personnel in the central office as well as the field offices. Today is indeed an important day in our ISO journey as we prepare for the upcoming Stage 1 and Stage 2 certification audits, which will be conducted by our certifying body. Hopefully, we will be able to successfully secure this certifying body until next week. And I hope that this activity, as we have conducted, have already deepened our understanding on how to prepare ourselves towards facing our external auditors and prove that indeed we are exemplars and of providing quality and adequate social services to the Filipino people through our adherence to our quality management systems. As stated earlier by our ISO consultant, Mr. Henry Palaca, the success of the DSWD lies in our hands. Hence, your support and active involvement in this journey are key to achieving our ISO 9001:2015 certification. On that note, I would like to share with you a quote from American author and disability activist Helen Keller. And she said, and I quote, "Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much." End of quote. Similarly, our quality management system involves a lot of processes that work together to achieve a common goal. That is to aim for a DSWD that is a center of excellence in the delivery of social welfare development services that are truly responsive to the need of the Filipino people. As reflected in our mantra, Isang DSWD ISO biyahe, it is important that we work together so that we can move forward towards the realization of our end goal of being ISO certified. And as a family, let us work as one in mind and heart to deliver the best quality service that we can offer to the DSWD and its clientele. As we go through the remaining activities of the department geared towards the completion of our ISO journey, we expect everyone's full commitment engagement, and active participation so we may be able to continuously improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the delivery of our services for the benefit of the Filipino people. Again, I thank you all for your support and commitment to our ISO journey. Bilang pagtatapos, gusto kong mag-iwan ng mensahe para sa mga kawani ng DSWD at Angels in Red Vest na ipagpatuloy natin ang ating biyahe tungo sa mahusay at mapagkalingang serbisyo para sa mamamayang Pilipino. Maraming salamat at mabuhay ang DSWD.
Thank you, Asek Rod, and thank you po sa lahat ng nag-participate for our activity today. We appreciate po your
Thank you,
steadfast
Asek Rod.
commitment
Good afternoon.
sa ating project. And we hope na malaking tulong po ang ating activity today para mais po ang inyong mga fears, yung inyong mga worries sa parating nating external certification audit. So, maraming salamat po, and I hope, alam ko, we are very confident na kayang-kaya ng DSWD na ipasa ang ating certification audit at hindi lang basta ipasa but with flying colors. Tama po ba ako? Pag sinabi ko po bang kayang-kaya, sasagot po kayo ng yakang-yaka? Kaya daw, sabi ni FO9. So, naniniwala po tayo na kayang-kaya po natin yan. So, with that, we would like to, yes, yung, di ba? Kayang-kaya daw, syempre. DSWD pa ba? Kasi we are one family with, and one dito sa ating journey towards ISO certification. So maraming salamat po sa ating lahat, and please we would like to remind everyone to fill up the attendance sheet po before we leave this meeting, and yung mga copies po ng presentations that were used today as well as the cue cards will be provided via email. We will also keep you posted with regards to the schedule of our certification audit, and the recording for this activity po will be posted sa ating ISO resource site. So with that, thank you so much po. And sabi ni Sir Mark, sorry Sir Mark, natatawa ko. Kaya daw para sa PBB. Siyempre sir, kayang-kaya, pero hindi lang para sa PBB, kundi para sa continual improvement ng ating services. Tama ba sir? O daw, sir. Hashtag para sa bayan. Tama naman sir. So maraming salamat po ulit. And I hope that you have a wonderful week ahead. So thank you po sa ating lahat. Don't forget to fill out the attendance sheet po.
Salamat din po.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sa lahat.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
po.
Hoping for
Thank
the best.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Asek Rod.
Thank you, Asek Rod.
Salamat po.
Asek Rod, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yusek Luz. Salamat po.
Okay, ingat. Bye.
Bye.
Salamat po, Asek Rod. Salamat sa DSWD team. Salamat po.